So let's see how best we can bring on the team. As the guest said, welcome our own big brother, their center manager. Put my on there. You're picking what? Yeah. People are welcome. It's Monday though. I call it election night eve. Nima County election by election night eve. The eve of the election. Welcome, Chief. How was the weekend? Welcome.
Great, great. Weekend was awesome, awesome, awesome weekend. I was in the UK with Honorable Musa Ability, and it was a great time to be with a great group of folks, Liberian across the water, doing very well, doing some interesting things. So we are great. We are great to be back.
That's so good. Good to be back after a very long weekend. A very, very tense campaign, but it is over now, and it left that with the people to make their decision. That's it. So it's Monday though. It is open. Let us know a year for you before the guys then come on. Chief game man before the team come on. Even our reporter there in my county before the guys then come on. It is open. Let's just know what's unfolding. As I say, are you talking about the CMC? The face of the CMC, the standard bearer, being back home in the country, and there are other training issues maybe you want to throw light on while we wait on the guys.
Yes, Musa Ability, Honorable Musa Ability launched the CMC Global yesterday, and I have to make a disclaimer here.
Mm,
Uh, I was elected Vice President CMC USA for administration. So I am officially now a member of the CMC in the diaspora. There should be no conflict. There should be no gossip. There should be no rumor. I am making it clear that I was at the event where Honorable Mobility spoke loud and clear, and he came out and made some clarification on what was transpiring in Liberia. So I'm glad to be back.
I thought my hour deceiving me, game man, because I was trying to, yeah, I zoomed the photo up very close. I said, I wonder the chief here. They post looking at the chief in the photo here. They let the man in the photo.
Yes, I was directly behind him. So,
Okay,
so yes, your eyes didn't deceive you.
that's a good, and and it was so wonderful because from the photos and other thing that we saw sent to us, it tells how it was a colorful ceremony and of a beautiful ceremony there were held in Europe. And so we do expect much from you people, right? We expect a lot from you guys, especially the team that attended that program with the political leaders. So do we expect more great things from the CMC team?
Absolutely, we have an agenda unlike any you have seen or heard about in Liberia before. Is an aggressive one and a package that Honorable Musa Ability and the team will be prevailing to the nation. He will speak to the nation when it's right. But you're going to like what you see. It's not only going to be about talk, it's going to be deliverables and outcome with
Hmm.
with measurable time limits, which is different. It's going to be transparent, credible, and from a group of powerful women and men who are prepared with the corresponding experiences to deliver on the agenda being proposed by honorability.
Yes, yes. That's that's just it. And I can rest assure you, the folks back home here, especially those that are connected to being now connected to the CMC, the different chat room I'm in, I'm being part of. I can definitely say the momentum is high, and that shows you the very short time the branding a political party being introduced to the people for the very first time. People struggle to do these things then. People find it very difficult in terms of organizing all these things. That's why it's the first time we are trying. It is still soon, just in a very short time, we have, you guys, without this Tinder and the way you guys have branded the entire CMC, it tells that it puts into like bring people that uh, is out for transformation, and you guys are out for change. You guys are here to tell that brand people. This is the party that is here for 2029 because at the early stage, Chigame, with the level of preparation, the work being done by you know the party is clear that it is an institution that's fully prepared and ready.
When you see, when we talk about, a new day have dawned in Liberia, as evidenced by those that have been brought on by Honorable Musa Ability. You saw all the capable women. And then our candidate in Nimba County, Mark Blewon, okay, a very young, progressive gentleman that worked for his county with no controversy. There has been no stain on his record. Everybody you talk to about this young man, they say he's capable, he's honest, he's transparent. This is the new generation of leaders that we are trying to groom. So when Honorable Musa Ability picked this young man, everybody said it was a good choice because now we are talking about the transition to the next generation of leaders in whose
Hmm.
hand we are going to lead this country. And Mark Blewan is somebody that we are talking about here. And I think the Nima County people will do themselves a great favor by voting for Mark Blewan overwhelmingly because he is the future. This is the future. When we're talking about hard work, being humble, being honest. The man worked in the county as an inspector general or whatever his position was, and not one person can point to any mishap,
Hmm.
anything that he did, whether it was corruption, being disrespectful, abuse of his power. None of those things that they said about other candidates you can say about him. So this young man is the future of Nima County, and I think Nima County will do herself a great favor by going out tomorrow and overwhelmingly supporting Mike Blewan.
Hmm. It's what just what you're saying. It's what the people we wait to see for tomorrow. So we wait on the people at the same time. They have a lot of training. This evening, so many training things and happening. And we getting a lot of stories, fresh developing stories for Nima County. Let this evening the arrival for NEC and how the operation been carried on there as of the arrival for the election commission. So there are a lot of photos and videos we've been bouncing in on the internet. So we hope our guys in here were able to upload some of the videos and so our people back home here in Maserati can know exactly what's unfolding as of tonight to tomorrow morning. But some of the videos coming in from there, photos of what coming from Nima County tonight. They're talking about the production of NEC Wake Up. They're talking about the production of the ballot. Buses enter into Nima County. There's a lot of unconfirmed information in which is training. But as the team gets said, we will definitely have some of the videos rolling. It's in our possession already, so we can have it uploaded on the screen so you guys can see it.
Yeah, we were able to see the Elections Commission ballot boxes being the truck breaking down in the middle of nowhere. If it's true, it is very unfortunate and concerning that the Elections Commission ballots going into Nima County, for some reason, the truck will break down. We don't know how long it took for assistance to come. We don't know whether there was security involved, whether the ballot boxes were being escorted by the national police. We have no answer. Maybe you guys on the ground knew uh,
Hmm.
uh, whether the ballot boxes were protected and escorted by the national police. And what happened? How long did the truck break down? Who were in control of the trucks or truck? So there are a lot of questions. There are more questions to be answered. Maybe Hamed can throw light on it. I don't know if he's here or is in the country.
And yeah, hello to everyone. It's always good to be on the show. Good to see you again, Jerome. See Fred from Manchester. Congratulations on your election or selection or appointment. What's that? Good for what?
I went to Old Trafford.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Manchester United. I went to Old Trafford.
Oh, okay.
And you can see me. They made me Henry and Sue. You see here, they made me honorary member. I made a team. I'm a honorary member of Myean. They allow a Chelsea man to make the team. I know you. You are Myean man, Pewee.
No, I'm not. But you have to learn to be consistent. You can't be Chelsea man and you be on the side.
I went over there. The people say you are an honorary man today. You made a team, and I said that's good. You see the people. The people are civilized. They don't kill each other. They say, you are Chelsea man, but for today you will be on the team.
Yeah. All the time I went there when we were asked that, we said no. I'm a committed Liverpool fan. I remain a committed Liverpool fan. So all the time.
Oh Lord!
Even on the Emirates, Old Trafford, all the visitation, both in London there and in Manchester, those visitation basically I remained alone, never walk alone. A Liverpool fan, and then back. So basically, that's it. I am a Liverpool fan, and I don't see myself taking an honorary whatsoever of Myean or whatsoever. Probably maybe because my second choice side of team is Barcelona, basically, if you will. But I am. I didn't know you were a Chelsea man. Chelsea been doing. I think you guys won dramatically on Saturday.
Yes, man. We're back in the 5th place, which is good. We're doing well, but the Myean folks were very generous. They were very nice, and I was in town when they played Lyon, and let me tell you this: we were in a hotel, and we saw a crowd over 10,000 coming with the police, and we thought it was a protest, and the hotel manager came and said, "No, it's not a protest. These are die-hard Myean fans knowing that Lyon is in town and they are marching to Old Trafford." I've never seen anything like that before. We are talking about these people take soccer seriously, Tomalin. They take their soccer seriously over there. No joke. I mean, the whole town came to a standstill because Lyon from France was in town to play Myean, and they show up. I mean, it was something else. But yes,
let me tell you something, man. Probably maybe it was the first time in the UK, right?
No, in Manchester, my first time.
Okay, but I touched you though. So the UK, Europe, particularly the UK, soccer is basically a religion for them. I got a friend. He's a mutual friend between my own buddy, Zoo Taylor, and we call him Fred. It's an English boy. He said to us that literally he goes church. I mean Arsenal. He grew up around 1 to 2 years going to witness Arsenal play. The only thing he committed Arsenal. So it's a religion for them. So that's part of the reason why you see kids, young guys, 2 years, you see them emotionally celebrating if they won or they lost. If they won, they emotionally celebrate. If they lost, they will be more emotional also. You see it. So it's something like a religion to them. It is a religion to them. Don't play with it.
And it's awesome, awesome. It was quite an experience to see Mayu, to see how powerful. I thought it was just Chelsea folks, but those guys they're on a different planet.
I can tell you enjoy the trip because your face is protruding.
You see this man.
No, I come in. You know, the fun part of the trip is where you attended soccer. I mean, the reason if you came from a visitation and you enjoyed that, the culture, the serenity of the terrain, right?
That's correct.
It reflects on your physique, you know. So it's part of the reason why I'm excited. When you laughing?
Yeah, but you know, you guys talking about. I mean, when I hear you're talking about the European thing, it gets to me because look at today, Barrow and Iowa. Yesterday, they were relegated to our two traditional arch rivals.
Exactly.
Yesterday, they were relegated to the second division to the
second division league. Not even the one in the bro.
Yesterday, Barrow and Iowa were relegated. I mean,
Wow.
it hurts me. It hurts me a lot, you know.
You know the reason behind that money? It's just terrible that no money to put into those two.
Yeah, but the Barrow IE fans, then you're the one that they're supporting your
No. Listen. I said it before in Liberia, and I don't like to say things. Many times I do things I don't turn it up, right? I'm a passionate. If I were to focus on football, I would have been a professional football player, right? But yeah, it's it. I used to be a very passionate and emotional supporter of the Invisible 11. And I said before, when the time the structure of team, we don't have good management. Some are willing to only pay our $500, $1,000 time to time and give some other support to the team. But the problem there is there's no good management process. The Invisible 11. So that's one of the reasons why you see people are not gravitating to international team football. Somebody, you agree with me? Football is the result we need in football is entertainment. Quality and entertainment. We don't have that in our. And again, it's part of the poor management in the country. If you've got some good management, where in businesses booming in the country, some business will just take responsibility of the team.
Yeah, but Pewee.
Money people buy the team. So I will urge those that got money in the bureau to find means to support football. Football bring about a lot of things. You see,
I'm sorry.
Pewee, I grew up in New Jersey, right?
Yes, yeah.
During the early days, when they say Barrow and IE play in Trenton, New Jersey, we had 10,000, 5,000 people show up in Trenton. When you talk about raising money, the problem is what happened to all that money. When we raise that money, we go to the field and pay. After the field, they had banquet, they had dinner, they had dances, and people pay. Nobody will give you an account of the amount of money that being raised year after year. After a while, I mean, when they say Barrow and IE playing, Tomalin will tell you those who were around. When we're talking about IE playing in New Jersey, IE and Barrow playing, it was like an annual retreat. Where even George Weah, when he was playing in Europe, they all used to come. So we're talking about major stuff in New Jersey and the whole tri-state area, and people come from all over the country. Some people came from Europe. These people raised a lot of money that could have helped the local team, the local teams in Liberia. But what happened to that? Nothing.
Well,
yeah, but Tomalin himself, I mean, all of you can try to support.
Oh no, they got Barrow and IE chat rooms on the houses of money, looking for money, and people being. But we'll keep it another time. You know, let's.
Yeah, I'm willing to join any IE chat room. If I can give my word of mouth, I will give it. Trust me, I am a passionate IE fan.
Tonight we have the Nima stuff. So but before the Nima stuff, one of our co-panelists, Mr. Victor Nangwe, he's one of the advisors.
He's in Liberia now.
He's in Liberia, and the ULA is about to do a historic thing in Liberia, the Union of Liberian Associations in the Americas. For the first time since the founding of ULA, they're about to do some groundbreaking event, historical and stuff. So before we go to any Nima stuff, we want to give them a couple of minutes to come and share with us a few minutes.
Okay.
What they will be doing in Liberia. We have the Vice President of ULA, Mrs. Emmanuel K. Nangwe, the beautiful wife of Mr. Victor Nangbe. I met her during the vice president town hall event in Pennsylvania. We happened to we sat together, and I was happy. I was nice meeting her, and so want to give her opportunity to share with us the visit to Liberia and what ULA is about to do in Liberia. Madam Nangbe, Emmanuel M. Nangbe, welcome to the closing argument platform. And how are you doing?
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for having me. We are doing good. Thanks for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I know you guys are in Liberia, and the ULA, I heard a heavy delegation of ULA. More than 40% from ULA is already in Liberia, going on the way Liberia. Some are already in Liberia, most of them in Liberia, to do this historic groundbreaking ceremony. Share with the Liberian people watching you live and all over the world. What the purpose of the ULA visit to Liberia?
So thank you, Tomalin. Thanks for having me again. So ULA is a diaspora organization, but we also expand our network to Liberia in terms of advocacy and protecting the views and rights of our people. So we decided to embark on this project. You can call it a strip mall. It's a project that will house all kinds of activities that will promote different concepts, including banking, healthcare. We're talking about specialized testing, diagnostic testing, that will give Liberians a different opportunity in the case of health needs. So we are trying to embark on that project. The project is about $600,000. Not talking about the cosmetics and the decoration of that, but taking it from a foundation to roofing and all of that. We're talking about $600,000 in Liberia. The project is located in Louisiana, around the Garguah Belt area. We are hoping that the road improvements will also kind of open the ways for our people from that network so that we can all embark on it. So the program this weekend starts on Friday. It will be the meet and greet. Like you correctly said, we have 40-man delegation more are coming, and there's other people from other parts of the Europe and Canada where will be joining us. We'll have meet and greet and kind of midway for government officials, business people, impromptu, and to discuss the process on Friday. This thing is taking place in the Marshall area. One of our brothers will be hosting us there. And then on Saturday, we have the Foreman Dinner Ball fundraiser, which will be here at the Ministerial Complex Friday and Saturday, the 26th. And we'll kind of highlight the building. There will be presentation done in a more detailed manner that will highlight the building. Then on the 27th, Sunday will be the groundbreaking ceremony in Louisiana. That will also, bring people to like minds together and will kind of showcase what we want to do for Liberians and for ourselves in general.
Wow.
Yeah,
It sounds very good. Let me ask a second question before I bring the other guys on. So, this project will cost about 600,000. You guys have maybe you already have the land. I know you already have the security land, everything, and you have the plan already, I'm sure. So, but the initial amount that you guys are going to be putting down to start this project, and also the timeline for this project, the duration of this project.
Our administration, the Mohammed Keita Myean administration, we in power for up to 2026. Our goal is to complete this in 2026. To kind of complete the structure. So right now we have the active for fundraiser going to make that happen. So that we can't leave the project halfway for somebody else to complete. But it's a massive input of money. There is a vision that we have. A lot of people have it, so we want to collectively do it and make sure to ensure that it is completed. So it can be the Liberian way where somebody start project and another person can just leave it.
Okay. Anybody ask a question for Madam Nangbe?
Yes.
Vice President.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Vice President. And then let me say thank you, a very big thank you to ULA for undertaking this kind of an enormous project. We hope that we all going to support ULA to achieve this extraordinary vision you're now pushing through. Quickly, if I ask my question, so those in Canada are also part of ULA, is that correct? The
See that
Canadians,
for me?
those Liberians in Canada, are they also? I just want to
The
get that.
Liberians in Canada have their own organization, but we are in active collaboration with them, with the leadership.
Absolutely correct. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving forward, the last time, your husband's a panelist on this show. I respect him a lot. He was on the show. We had a brief chat on this issue about the problem currently in ULA that existed before. I just want you to tell us the fact that you guys going with this force of unity back in the country. Is the situation back here in the US resolved, or are you guys staying in court?
The situation was resolved. We went to court, and the court granted our leadership the authority to lead ULA.
Thank you. I wish you all the best.
But yeah, again, I don't want to be dismissive of other people's feelings. After the court resolution, there's still people who are not happy. Our administration is in backing on to ensure that we bring everybody on board, so that we all can create this awareness of who we all are. So we have issues. We have issues, and I don't want to dismiss and say everything is all sugar. That no, it's not. We still have people who have thought process, and we continue to work with them. There are people, the elders in our community, who are all for people talking to people. Yeah.
Thank you for that. The fact that you acknowledge that you guys were in court, but yet instead you stay extend all this branch to the rest of the folks who come and put all hands on decks together and move the organization forward. That's a very brilliant thought process. Moving forward, during the past Kamara administration, I can recall I was part of his entourage that when he served as the key news speaker at the time in Philadelphia. That was in 2023 March. And the government then of the former president committed $100,000 to ULA. Did you guys collect that money?
Thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, I was the sitting Secretary General of the Union at that time. As far as my records is concerned, we did not collect it. So, full disclosure, that money became very controversial.
Okay.
So that administration did not forward to get that money, and then the election took place, and that happened. In Nathaniel Magate's, Honorable Magate's defense, he was always willing. One of the things we had talked about was making sure that money stays in Liberia, not come to the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah. So and part of that process, that administration was not able to clearly explain it to the Liberian populace. For that issue, that money should have been kept here for investment in Liberia.
Yeah, quickly, just a small amendment to that question. Is your administration, this current administration, move to work with the Liberian government in having a collaboration wherein ULA can also be supported via the national budget? Is there any plan to do that?
I don't know whether it will be budgetary, right? Mm-hmm. Right now we're talking about out of country voting. There has to be, and there has to be collaboration with the government. We have to collaborate for this to happen. We have to be able to sell our ideas for somebody in government to buy it. If you notice, right, most of the guys in the government right now are people who came from the diaspora, who are assistant minister, deputy minister, and directors. Those are people who are already part of ULA. So there has to be some kind of form of collaboration. I'm not sure
even some minister proper.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm not sure putting money in the budget, but collaboration, a collective effort. Because those people who are here, their adult children are in America. Who wants to vote? Who wants to own land? Who wants to have rights to Liberia? I know what my adult kids say to me when I talk about Liberia. I want my children to have that heritage known and adapt to it. So there's a lot for all of us to work collectively to ensure that this thing happens. So it's a process.
Thank you. And thank you. Before I conclude quickly, from the perspective of the voting issue, we started that process already to push, and we're going to collaborate with ULA also. So collectively, Liberians should have the right. Trust me, Liberians contribute close to.
I would appreciate that.
Close to $300 million, $200 to $300 million to the economy there. And the fact that we do have this process about the dual citizenship thing, we can collectively push for that because we have huge chunk of Liberians in the diaspora. if they can vote, that would be very important. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Namwe, it is good to see you.
I'm good.
As former vice president for ULI, I want to let you know that your position is not unique. We have always had issues in ULI. So if you can push ahead, there will always be issues in ULI. So for you to succeed, like you say, extend an olive branch, but let the people work go on. And you're tangible. Nobody have done these things before. If you can push through and let it happen, it would be great. I say this because when Moses Dupo, the late Moses Dupo came through EULA, my uncle Tom you were there. He was president, and he and I fell out because he didn't want to leave when his term expired. And it just kept going, and I kept telling him, you can't do this. Something that came to mind, you said, you wouldn't want to leave the project for somebody else to finish that. Yet, you have only 2 years in office, right? And if you are successful to get another 2, this project is massive. What happens if it doesn't finish in time? Will you do like my Uncle Tom and twist the Constitution to stay on to your project finishes, or you just gonna leave?
So thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for that question. The president myself, I agree. I don't have to be vice president or secretary of the union to continue to work for the union, to continue to work for the Liberian people. So let's say 2 years come and go, and I'm not vice president. Should I stay back? And when I put my efforts into this, just imagine my counterpart and myself are traveling this weekend. You talking about almost $10,000 out of my pocket. That's investment that the only thing I get out of it is what will happen to Liberia in general. So whether we are active leadership, our goal is to continue with the union. What has happened in the past is that people believe if I'm not at the top, I can't be a part of the process. And that engagement is what we're doing to all older leadership. During our 50th anniversary in New Jersey, we honor older people, the older presidents and vice presidents, and we said all of us need to come on board. There's a collective effort. Because you're not president or chairman of the board, you should not step aside. We should all actively participate so the dream of what we have can continue and we can revise it. Then the second thing I will bring is we are also doing the constitutional review. Some of the problems that we have had in the union over the years is how the constitution is not growing along with the institution. When the team started in 1974, 1975, it was a smaller place. Now this is where we are. Things are different. And so therefore our constitution should reflect our today's EULA. So those are things that we're doing so that people cannot go behind and manipulate constitution and get the old boys club together. It's not going to happen that way. We are hoping that the constitution will be a lot clearer, so that it cannot be manipulated, and therefore some of the conflict will be resolved to some extent.
My second question to you would be, my last time with ULI, I left ULI on a very controversial, but one that I felt was morally right. The president of ULI, when I was vice president, was Mr. Woluba. During the war, we have sent Mr. Woluba to Bamako to represent ULI. It was at that particular event that my Uncle Tom called me and said the president of ULI came and presented his resume to Charles Taylor for a job. After I got the information and did the research, it was authentic. I tendered in my resignation and began the process of impeaching my own president. And he was impeached and removed for breaking the trust of the Liberian people. And people said because I was vice president for administration, maybe I wanted to be the president. But after he was impeached, I tendered my resignation because we have violated the trust of the folks. I'm saying this to say, are you in Liberia, the 40 guys and girls that are in Liberia, are you going with your resume in hand, looking for a job, looking for employment, looking for opportunity, looking for recognition?
Mr. Given, thank you. I have been privileged and honored to marry a fantastic gentleman. I don't need to work for job, hustle for me to eat. That man has a secure job. I usually play around with my friends and say, I'm not going to divorce my investment because he'll take care of me. So the correct answer to that question is no. It's a given. I'm a therapist by profession. I have at least 7, 8 years to retire successfully in America. He has less years. I'm praying that you hold on until before I retire, but I don't know about that one. But so we not. The president, Mohamed Keita, is a businessman by profession. He owns a real estate business. Both of us are clearly said we're not interested. Now, the process, my vision for us diasporan Liberians is to collaborate with the government, where Liberians in the diaspora, things can be easy for you to travel 2 times a year, come here and resettle, own a second home here. And for that to happen, some of the laws have to change. Things have to be softer for us. We should have access to income where we can invest. When Sylvester asked that question earlier, those are some of the collaboration we talk with, and doing with the government. We did meet with the president yesterday. So how can taxes be lower on me so that I can walk to the bank, put my house on collateral, and invest in my country as a Liberian from the diaspora? How can I sit in America when I take my paycheck? There's a bank here that I can deposit 10% of my money in a bank here that is secure. How can I do that? How can I put my car on the ship and get here and the tariff at the port is not killing me? What privilege can the government give us as diaspora Liberians that contribute immensely to the economy? Those are collaboration. Now, I say this to me, I believe when these things are happening, the likelihood of people coming and hustling job will significantly reduce, because as a private businessman, as a private citizen, you have the capacity to live life successfully in Liberia. You don't have to only be a part of the government. So the hustle will start. So no, to answer your direct question, me and the president, my husband, who is the diaspora chairman, are not interested in government job right now. We
My
need to
father,
make sure we secure our retirement, our kids are okay before we make a move.
great, real quick before I leave, I spoke to Mr. Tomalin George the last time. I sent my truck, my Hummer truck to Liberia, and they charged me for some reason, odd reason, between the agencies, $7,000 to free my truck. $7,000 to free my truck. What conversation are you having with the president? Because the port is the gateway. I'm hearing a lot of Liberians, business people bringing their merchandises, and because the fees at the port are so high that some of them just walk away, leave their containers, leave their car, leave everything because they have to. I almost left my car because I paid $3,000 to ship it, and I had to pay $7,000 to free the car. What
So the
conversation?
last time, the last time the vice president was in the States, we met with him privately. And one of those gentlemen who is a Liberian who is active, he usually support us in the background, owns a business. He was speaking on behalf of the association of people who do import and export. And the vice president actually invited them to come and sit down with him and let him understand from that perspective what are the barriers they having. I believe that these barriers have to be identified and understood because the problems are very intricate. They stop the 7,500 when you see it on your own, you just see the 7,500. But when you start to real deeper in the situation, there are layers of problems. So I believe from the talking to the president yesterday, as they take one layer off, another layer appear. So it's a process of understanding what's happening so that we can put in place a real resolution to this situation. So I think it's a process. To answer your direct question, I don't have the direct answer to it, but it's a process that have to be initiated.
Thank you.
Anybody have a question for Madam Nangbe before Well, Sidiki, okay, no question. Let me just continue with my last few questions for her.
But before you
Uh,
continue on that, let me just before you continue quickly, Chief. Yeah, and that's important. Given that's a point, right? $7,000. That's a huge amount to be very frank. But yeah, the problems. I think we need to work on that. The bureau got penalty on certain vehicle, and you have and that's what you're talking, Madam. Now just talking about different layout, right? And she's right about that. For instance, if you're to ship a car more than 10 years old, there's a particular penalty you're going to pay in Liberia for that. If you're to ship a car, they got a category of that category is there. The category of a luxury vehicle too is there. So all these things, and I think that brings up one of the things we can do is so they remove the issue of, because there's no country in Africa got penalty on carrying importing cars. And I don't know the reason. We have a poor country. Why we want to put penalty on these things? They say, okay, the reason they gave for that, maybe the part will not be in the country. That's not your business. It's not your business, right? So that's just the point I try to run. I think that we as people and Yula will also engage, and it's good that you met with the president yesterday. And one thing I want to caution you people is that to continue a frank conversation with the government also, because you're going to be now the liaison between the diaspora Liberian and the government. Now, we from the advocacy perspective, we're going to put more pressure on them also and push more other issues. But I think it's important that you do a friendly engagement and moving forward. But before Tomalin can come in, are you a member of the Progressive also?
I'm married.
So at one point in time, I was a cheerleader. I was cheerleader for Paco USA. Yeah, UPP cheerleader. I served I think 2 years or 3 terms. Yes, I am part of the progressive movement. I've been with the progressive movement since 1987.
wow, wow.
So I met the progressive who brought me to the movement. And I've been with that since that time. From 87, we joined
Okay.
UPP 87.
Okay, excellent.
Well, with the few minutes we got with the ULA vice president, let me just chime in. Look, I want to say this: of age, and this initiative is very historic for the fact that I remember during the days of ULA, during the days of President Torgbean, ULA, Chancellor was ULA president. They gave, since I remember the Torgbean administration, the Doe administration, they had it. ULA gave and Taylor, ULA gave them tough time, but and at the time, ULA was always there to advocate for the Liberian people that was in the country. But like you said, as somebody said earlier, in the last couple of years, one of the reasons ULA have perhaps lost is that traction was because many people were there looking for jobs and things, and then they compromised. They used to succumb to government. But I remember, in fact, it was at a ULA program that how to call him, man, the late defense minister. I remember when President Sali was the key, speaker of the ULA program, and when she called the dual folks then idiots. She called them idiots, and then they took exception to it. And
was it Grady Action?
Yeah, he said it. We won't call idiot. That was the time ULA talked. But and again, then people said, I hope as you guys engage the government, we pray that you guys will continue to be what you guys were funded for. Stand up. If the government is going the wrong way, you criticize them. If you do something positive, you praise them. I mean, you don't have to be confrontation with the government, but at least keep their toes to the fire, so that they understand that ULA is still that body that used to advocate for the Liberian people and stand up to the government powers that be. We pray for those days to come back, where ULA will be critical. When ULA issue a critical statement, in fact, ULA used to go and testify before the Congress. The Congress respected ULA because they were to go there and tell them what happened in the country. We pray for, as you guys have started, we pray that you guys will be able to get back to the old days and be a better representative of the Liberian people. But I want to congratulate you guys for what the initiative you have taking your own personal money to go to Liberia and to pay for everything. What no Liberia expensive. All the guys, Jerome Jeff from there, Russell Jeff from there, CDK Jeff from there too, Jeff from there too. I was there last year. I'm about to go back. So I know what it takes to go to Liberia. So I want to congratulate you guys, and we pray. In fact, the closing argument, we'll send our guys to cover the program as our own. We'll cover the program live on the day you guys doing the groundbreaking, so that people can watch it around the world. But again, want to say thank you again. But any question for Madam Nangbe? What are the final words to the Liberian people? Anybody have a question for people? We'll let her go. And hope after the program, you guys can come back so we can have a better show, so we can know more about everything and so forth.
I sure will. I sure will.
Anybody have a question for her before we let her go? Anybody from the government will be at the groundbreaking? Who will be the key?
We invited a lot of people from the government perspective, so we hope that all of them will be there. Most of them will be there. We are hoping. The president is aware, the vice president, some of the ministers were invited,
You got a lot of people in the government that are all from you that official, so they should come forward and make it a national event.
I agree. So the couple of things you said to me, let me just react to it and leave. But thanks again for having us.
Yeah.
In the 70s and 80s, the structure of ULA, we kind of advocated with the government in a different way. We put the government feet to the fire.
Yeah.
And let's look at our political perspective. There was men who sacrificed their life.
Yeah.
Who didn't care about money, what was in their pocket. So that process of putting their life on the line is different. Now we have a different kinds of Liberians since the war, right? Where they sit anywhere and they can, all of us on this platform, the 6 of us, they will text you, you will send $10, $10, $10, $10, $10, $60. They can make $60 within an hour time. So there's the ULA process right now is economic empowerment, economic and financial advocacy for our people. Election fraud, people importing people doing this, all that thing we're hearing. People are desperate. There's no money. So our advocacy now is not just a tackle government, because I can guarantee you, you can say anything you want to say to the government, but we need to find backing. So one of the things we are doing in the states, our administration we started identifying key people in the Senate and House of Representatives in the United States that we can collaborate with, that can take our voice to the president's office. So when we issue statement, it's not just another statement. It's a statement that will be backed by other leaders from the country we come from. So that is in process. So I hear you. Sometimes it seems that we don't have the teeth that will bite the government, but we are. But what the essence of biting when you can't bite straight? So we need to build that foundation. So we're finding ways to have it. But having said that, I also say thank you for having us. We are hoping that this is part of the process. We're hoping that a lot of people will show up. We're hoping that we'll raise a lot of money. One of the questions that we usually, what is ULA doing for Liberians? ULA gave us dual citizenship. I am able to travel to Liberia without a visa, with my 2 passports in my hand, with nobody bothering me. A couple of years ago, you paid $180 for visa, and you don't even know whether your passport will be secure. ULA had done. That the diaspora Liberians had done collectively. So any Liberian hearing me out there, when you ask what has done, say ULA help us get a dual citizenship, and ULA is fighting along with our partners in Canada and Europe to talk about the out-of-country voting, so we can have the rights to vote. That we have done. Right now, ULA is embarking on a project that will strengthen some economic empowerment, to our populace. I'm hoping that one of these days we'll use your platform to explain this better, do some fundraiser. And I'm asking all of you who have critical eyes, please come and join us. If we have the likes of Mr. Russell, Mr. Tomalin George, who are actively involved with the fundraiser account, in ULA, in people of like minds who have prestige, who have their own, where people can trust that process. Please come on board and help us. If you hear somebody out there who is angry with the ULA government, please call me or the president. I don't mind placing a call. Let's find a way to resolve our conflict. Our conflict is not that significant. It's an issue of differences in opinions. So again, thanks for having me, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Want to say that's the voice of Emmanuel M. Nangbe, the Vice President of ULA, and Madam Nangbe. Look, with the kind of Ziu, I see you, the kind of vibrancy. I believe that ULA best days stay ahead. I believe you're through you. I interacted with you, so I know from what I'm speaking from. You seem somebody who's ready to work, who ready to take a different path in ULA and make ULA second to none. And I once a member of ULA before. I said ULA at the local level. Well, in Rhode Island, I was member of the board of directors of the Liberian Association in Rhode Island, and at that time we're actively involved in ULA. So, like I said, because of the people mentioned earlier, the issues of the past of ULA, that I got ULA. But I pray and hope that you guys will bring ULA back together, unite ULA, and ULA will be the voice of Liberians in the United States of America. And to ULA credit, they were also instrumental in helping Liberians to finally get this immigration S656 act passed by Congress and signed by President Trump during his last tenure, where Liberians are able to get a status today. Most Liberians are permanent residents and also U.S. citizens now from that fight for ULA. You guys have played a meaningful role, and so want to congratulate ULA for this effort, and we push your successful program. And like I said, our guy will be up with you guys on the day. I told Mr. Nangwe they will bring the program live to bring it also at least ULA can have a successful groundbreaking ceremony. Thank you so much, and the platform is open to you. Anytime you guys are welcome to come.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you. Good to see everyone. Let's get back to the issue of the day. One is we had a ULA vice president. We just got
Can we close now, right?
Can we end it on Saturday?
No, Sunday last night.
Saturday. Oh,
no, Tomalin, that 1 day rest.
No, because I had Koga and Edith on the show yesterday, and it admitted. In fact, the campaign ended.
So maybe they didn't follow the campaign ended 12 a.m. last Sunday.
12 a.m. Sunday.
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, 12 a.m. But no campaign on Sunday. That's all. Yeah. But again, while we're on the air just now, we just got this. I don't know. Let's talk about it before we get into anything. But before that, let me just say, the world woke up this morning with the passing of the Holiness Pope Francis. You saw him yesterday. He came up briefly to, even though he didn't read his statement for Easter's message, but we saw him for the last time yesterday. And after this morning, we got up this morning, heard about his passing, and he's the most important man in the world. He's in the Holy See at the Vatican. And the world lost him today. Yeah, all this since today, there have been messages of condolences to the Vatican from world leaders and everyone around the world. And just a late joke to say, the last person I met him was U.S. Vice President Vance. But anyway, we'll keep for another day. But while we're on the air, we just got this. The Liberian Telecommunication Authority has announced that there will be a nationwide internet outage from April 22nd to April 28, 2025, due to scheduled maintenance and the relocation of Liberia's undersea fiber optic cable, the Africa Coast to Europe ACE cable. As a result, internet connectivity across the country may be unavailable or significantly affected during this period. Well, people are now, our country, you gotta be very careful now. With two major things happening in a week, tomorrow the by-election, and then on Wednesday, the Supreme Court will issue their opinion. People are now complaining, already saying that why LTA choose to do it at this time, where it was scheduled, but we didn't hear about them announcing it last week, nothing to come. Like I was just telling Ojana, because I said, well, I got my Starlink, so I won't be, will be on top of things. So who got Starlink, they stand a chance to not to be bothered with LTA. But so what's your take on this LTA announcement?
It's just somehow Starlink, and I mean, they just brought up myself thinking about getting a Starlink back home quickly. But let me quickly extend. I forgot that's why I've been opening. Extend my condolences to the Catholic community. My late father was a devoted Catholic. So for the demise of the Pontiff was a very loved man across the globe. So may his soul rest in peace. We look forward to the 9 days coming, wherein the 200 plus cardinals that he appointed, almost 80% of them will go in conclave to elect the next coming pope. Something we believe that person will be in his legacy because he appointed most of those cardinals. So one thing, but may his soul rest in peace. But quickly to the situation unfolding in the country, and that's why sometimes if I don't know the reason, if they intend to start, what drove them to start this process come tomorrow, the 22nd, and then pushing to the 28th. We don't understand the reason behind those things. But if you have a critical elections coming up, and now we need very, very vibrant internet connectivity and good satellite connections also, so that political institution or independent candidate will try to convey to their supporters or to their war room accurate and appropriate information gathering system, where the internet will be buffering or not connecting at all. It's a very serious process to be concerned about. And so I will hope that there's nothing in this government should not take lightly the patience of Liberians. I will hope that it's nothing. I don't want to think, for me, I don't want to think nothing sinister is been planned on the part of the government. I don't want to believe there's any sinister motive on the part of the government because of those things. I will hope that those technical glitches they are talking about, they will help to improve it, particularly for the elections tomorrow. And the most important issue there is for the elections actually tomorrow, because the elections tomorrow is very important to moving the country and protecting the country democracy. All the sides of those parties that are into this process will need to have internet connectivity or need to put in their place. But what I will quickly say, because both are coming, is that those that are part of this process, there will have to be other means to counter or to prepare for those kind of things. So what measures are you putting in place as a political party? And I want to believe the CMC is going to put into place a unique process to protect the vote. And I hope other political institutions or independent candidates will also do that in a more collaborative way to ensure that the process is uninterrupted and will move on smoothly. So that's the only thing I would hope. I would want to believe the government should not play anything stupid or anything sinister, or in that it may have the proclivity of blowing other things off. But I hope that it is meant for technical processes, and those technical services will have to be carried out, not with the intention or the intent to undermine democracy. That's what I would say for that.
Oh, yeah, before the next person come in, our guys in Nimba, they were complaining today. From what I'm learning, you see the issues already raised coming up, that the voters' roll were being written by handwritten, being handwritten, and they already complaining, raising issue about that. I know that the police director was there today, and they showed that there will be a peaceful election. But even the ANC have also issued a statement that just came out too. So all what's happening, I don't know why would they wait on, why they can't wait for this. And then moreover too, over the weekend, I confirmed that the president have been meeting with the speaker and other members of the minority bloc. They've been meeting all weekend with all the things happening. So people are about to come with a ruling and thing, and people. This is why people are now having some apprehension. People are now having some speculation. I mean, they are damn speculating. But
Yeah,
we hear from the other guys.
Yeah, but quickly, on the basis of the speculation, if the election commission will want to sit and endorse into those kind of an incompetent attitude, it got the room to create more chaos in the country. Come on, just one by-election in the country. It's not a national election we're having. We're just having a senatorial by-election in Nimba. We understand there will be some logistical challenge but they should have prepared for this. That's why you put in budget. To say you stay doing the voter roll call via handwriting process, this is not unacceptable. It's counterproductive. So what they will have to do is, I will want to call all these institutions, because yes, the Unity Party-led administration headed by Joseph Human Boakai, Ambassador Boakai, they don't want to see Koga being defeated in this process. So they want to do everything to undermine the system, to say, listen, those parties involved will have to be firm enough to go and ask the election commission to give the accurate voter roll and the updated one. And they should have that. They should use that as an instrument to protect the vote. That's the only thing I would say to this process. Because if you were to meet this, if you don't do that, you cause some chaos in the country. And I hope the election commission should not indulge into those kind of a huge level of incompetence to undermine our democracy. This is unacceptable. They will have to do the right thing and move the country forward.
Well, Mr. Tomalin George, I'm not as diplomatic as Mr. Pewee. This is a calculated attempt by this administration to stifle free speech, free movement of the people, and the electoral process. Any responsible government that knows elections and a very critical ruling from the Supreme Court within 24 hours to come and say, we are going to shut down the internet for the entire week until the 28th, actually to the end of the month. And you expect reasonable people to agree that you are going to do maintenance on our internet processes, and you are going to shut down the internet the day of the elections, the ballot counting, the day of the Supreme Court ruling. This is tantamount to treason. This is a treasonable act against the people. Nobody should stay here and say we are going to transfer cable from downtown Monrovia to Timbuktu, so the electoral process, the ruling for the Supreme Court will be put on hold. This is nonsense. I have said it. This Unity Party government, Joseph Boakai in particular, thrives in organized chaos. This is what you're going to see tomorrow and the day after. When the Supreme Court is about to rule, the country is going dark. When a very important election that is going to set the tone for the next decade, here we have the Liberia is going dark. And somebody wants to tell me, for reasonable people should agree that of all times in Liberia, they are now going to maintain, they're going to do maintenance on Liberia cable network during these times. We have not received any news releases. There have been no communications. If you guys stand to be corrected, if you've seen it a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, that the internet services in Liberia will be maintained or maintenance will be going on this week, tomorrow. I didn't hear it on Friday. I didn't see it on Friday. I didn't see it on Saturday. I didn't hear it on Saturday. I didn't hear it on Sunday. Today, they are giving 24 hours. At least I'm seeing it within 24 hours of the election. It is unacceptable. I know exactly what is going on. Anybody who sees a duck, if it walks and quacks, it's a duck. There is nothing else to it. This is a deliberate attempt to stifle the movement, the speech, and when you talk about the ability to express, whether it is through grievances or satisfaction, this is not a way to go. The opposition combined has no time to prepare. 24 hours is not enough time for them to make an arrangement, whether it will Starlink or not. This is not good for our democracy. This is not good for Liberia. This is good for nobody. When the countries go dark, it's a national security issue. What happens to opposition that are outside of Monrovia or in Buchanan or in Nimba? You got no way to communicate with the outside world if you are attacked, if you are murdered, if you are maimed, if you've been threatened. There is no way to the outside world. This is not democracy. We are going back to the old days, and this is unacceptable. Thank you. Ahmed.
Mr. Russell, you can go ahead.
I think the timing is very critical. We wouldn't speculate, but we think timing of the LTA's own decision to shut down with the elections. What this also shows is that lack of coordination in government. It shows a lack of coordination. I mean, for on the basis that there isn't any ulterior motives, but it still highlights some level of incompetence and lack of coordination, because not just the ordinary people, but the very elections commission will need the internet effectively to be able to do its job appropriately and more effectively. National headquarters need to much more coordinate with activities in Nimba from both voice and data, and the internet plays that critical role. So timing is very poor, and so you wouldn't blame if people tend to speculate, but I think the government can do better, and the government should do better. You cannot claim, the effort in providing man security in terms of physical security presence, but you undermine potential security intelligence. So then what's the essence of all of those? It then we want to indicate charade. So we think the government should do better. It should allow the elections to go on in a way that it is free from any of those processes that got the potential to undermine. Most importantly, also, election must appear and must be credible, must be believed. The people must believe in the process. That's when election, in my view, becomes what we call fair. Even if everything were to go straight, but if the people lack confidence in the process and assume that there are potential means for cheating, it becomes difficult for elections results to be accepted. And so when you bring information of internet shutdown, particularly so when you haven't provided sufficient information ahead of time and it just become abrupt, it creates that perception. And when perception created, as we say in politics, perception sometimes become the narrative, so we think the government can do better than that. And more so, we think the elections in Nimba, as much as restricted to a particular county, but it has all of the ingredients that resemble a national conversation that has the propensity to create an insight into what flawed elections could be. And so we need to take it serious, particularly the government. It is my understanding that the president is also not in the country or could not be in the country. Then you have shut down internet. You have a by-election coming up. You have a Supreme Court ruling. I mean, all of those things are reasons why a responsible government will have alternative plans, sufficient timing and awareness, So we hope that they can see reason to reconsider the decision of shutting the internet down tomorrow, and also on the day of the court's ruling. But since the court ruling is more or less on it, but the Nimba election is is critical. You do not want that people create perception, even if there wouldn't be any. And so we just think that the government should be more responsible in its action in this regard. Yeah.
Mr. Russell? You're muted. You're muted. You still muted, Mr. Russell? Guys, can you hear Mr. Russell?
Nope.
So
Go
if you're
out and
not
come back
muted,
in.
you have to go out and come back. Probably you have some issues, but we're not getting you. No sound coming out. While we wait for Mr. Russell to come back, Mr. Nangwe,
Thank you.
we're just speaking to the Congress progressive. She acknowledged that she's a progressive also.
Yeah, she got initiated. But anyway, let me thank the platform, the network, for the opportunity. I did reach out, and the platform was very gracious enough to let us come on very short notice. And so let me thank you guys ever so much. During our conversation, Chief Tomalin also indicated that because we're in Liberia, he will do everything possible to give us live coverage on the weekend. Now we are all talking about the internet. I don't know how this is going to impact everything, but we
At the closing argument, we'll find a means to get internet. Will you VPN or Starlink? This Starlink thing, everybody can carry back in the country.
I know.
Yeah, just do it. I'm thinking about getting 1-2 is very good.
Yeah,
because it's not that expensive to something.
So big hats up to the closing argument. Now, to the issues that have been discussed, I agree with most of what you guys are saying, especially Hamed being the last. These kind of maintenance schedules are pre-communicated. They're communicated way in advance. You give because there'll be a lot of services that will be, interrupted, and so you're giving ample notice to prepare yourself. How could we have possibly gotten this advance notice and yet schedule two very similar programs? Real major events.
Major national events.
Exactly. We have the elections happening tomorrow. Lots of Liberians in Liberia and out of Liberia will really be clamoring tomorrow, and they will be all over the place trying to get the results. There's only one way we know to do that now. That is to go to the internet, go to social media. So I think there's going to be a lot of anxiety. And then the Supreme Court is coming out with a clarification the following day, which is the 23rd. So I think this is really unnecessary tension that's going to be building. I don't know how this window was settled upon, but I'm going to assume here that this thing was communicated to our powers that be a long time ago.
Yeah, the LTA and the telco. These are the two institutions that are responsible to control internet service in the country. LTA and the telco. Well, and it's just gross incompetence on their part to not inform. Because what are you going to do?
You are giving nobody is this incompetent, man.
I come in, man. I come in. For me, listen, those kind of things are national issue. I love to take it from the perspective, and I want to agree with what Ahmed was saying. It should have been communicated far ahead, because what you do, you push people to assume that the government on the cheat, and people are wrong with that. And you right by saying that you are giving ample time. It's from that position.
Absolutely. I really suspect this was communicated a long time ago.
So, sorry for the interruption.
Mr. Nabe, real quick, not to interrupt here, but a few days ago, when the administration wanted to pin the ministerial complex,
EJS complex, yeah.
They were able to schedule a news conference and inform everybody that they are going to repaint the ministerial complex, because they knew it had some national, international interest. Now shutting down the internet, something of that, we're talking about
magnitude. Yes.
And that have everything to do with national security.
Yeah. They therefore press release a day before.
The day before.
No, it's terrible. It's actually terrible. It's not only gross, but that's why I say it's gross incompetence. But there should be consequence of that kind of a thing. On a serious note.
I mean, it is really surreal because back there, when these kinds of things are happening, we're the ones calling back home and checking up on our friends. Now we're here. Honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna behave because I'm gonna be here during this time. There are a lot of people here. I hope a lot of people were able to pre-schedule their bills and stuff, because there's a lot that people still do when you're out here. You're checking up on your bills, you're posting your payments and all that. I hope a lot of people were able to pre-schedule, because I don't know what this is going to portend, but it is going to be pretty interesting. So I know Winfrey has been waiting for quite a while, so I will pass it on to him. But thanks to you guys. We had a meeting with the president yesterday, an hour-long meeting. I will probably talk about it on probably another show. Let me give it up to Winfrey. But it was a very interesting meeting.
Yeah, we'll ask you a few questions, basically about brief question about the meeting yesterday with the president. But before we go to Mr. Russell, we'll ask after Mr. Russell, we'll ask those kind of questions. But you're right. Even those are on this T-Mobile plan, international plan, it won't be effective because the home internet system is not okay. So that T-Mobile international plan, I don't think they're going to be effective also. Mr. Russell, that get your take on this issue.
Still can't hear you, my man.
There's something happening somewhere.
I think I know what. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you good. Go ahead.
Yes. We thought you already started your April 22nd to the 28th.
No, I think I inadvertently pressed the mic off button on my system.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I mean, like you guys are saying, look, in these, welcome and great to be here and to see you all. So in these kinds of situations, right? I mean, it's because of the lack of trust, across the board. So even something as routine as as this is supposed to be like a routine maintenance, people are questioning, people are very skeptical, so you can't blame them because of the lack of transparency, the lack of accountability in the country. So I mean, this is something that's supposed to be mundane, and that every major institution or any institution for that matter, even where I work, I mean, they will tell you, okay, your computer system will be shut down X number of times to update the software. That is routine, mundane procedures, but we dealing with a situation where we have political leaders and officials of government. They have not been very transparent in many cases, in many instances. So, people, seem to have this cloud of suspicion and distrust. So that's where you see, a lot of people are skeptical. Is this information, is it legitimate, or is it something that was planned prior to this election coming up? A very crucial elections coming up tomorrow. And then, of course, we have the Supreme Court ruling that will be handed down on Wednesday too, as well. So all of these things, I mean, these things give you pause, right? And the sort of question, and it shouldn't be that way. But sadly, that's where we find ourselves, and that's the situation we find ourselves in. So I really don't know what to think, but I know that when you're running these kinds of systems, it calls for you to have regular, routine, maintenance of, to keep the system running smoothly and effectively. But whether this is a calculated attempt to hide information from the people, or there's some hidden agenda here, I don't know. I can't say, but I can understand why people will be skeptical.
Do you see basically any concern relative to the elections, where folks will believe that there will be a little chaotic situation come tomorrow evening?
I don't see that, and I'm very close to the Liberia National Police Force. I must say I'm not a spokesperson for the Liberia National Police, but I do know some folks there and have been working to help to boost law enforcement and support law enforcement in the country. So at least I know a thing or two as far as that is concerned. I think we saw the police chief out in Ganta out there to and he gave a press briefing, and he talked about the deployment of a pretty robust police presence in Nimba, not because there is intelligence to suggest that there will be problems, but just to be proactive and and get the police in place, just to assure the people, to give them to give them that confidence that everything will be fine. So I don't suspect anything. I've not heard anything from law enforcement authorities and some of the people there on the ground about anything that is anything that may be brewing. But I think the police is trying to take a proactive step by deploying people in a very robust way and across the length and breadth of the county, just to give people that confidence and assurance that things will be fine. And I mean, so far, it looks like everything is going to run smoothly there tomorrow. So I have no concern.
Okay, before I ask you quickly on the Tomalin and take over, before I ask you quickly on this issue about the voter roll issue, if I was the police RG or the public relations officer of the police, I would have been worried, because you perfectly almost just sounded like doing the job of the police. If that is no concern, actually we are going to be happy on this. But what's your own take, Mr. Russell, on this issue about, because before now, about this time, the Elections Commission shall have updated all of the party involved in this process on the issue of the voter roll update. They should have updated the voter roll. But yes, there's just concern that some part of the voter roll is being written in ink, handwritten. Are you concerned, like all of us, that anyone may just manipulate that process, the fact that it's handwritten instead of being tapped through a system that will be really equipped and protected?
No, I'm not concerned about that, and I'm not worried about that. And the simple reason is because I don't have a lot of information to go by. I mean, my folks who are on the ground as we speak, I'm communicating with folks now, and any updated information or any breaking news information, so to speak, I will be relaying it here on the show. So the information that I have and the information I've received, not just from journalists, but joint security folks on the ground, they're telling me that all system go, and everything is fine. And so I'm not particularly concerned about that, because I don't have any particular information to speak to any concern that is that we should be worried about there in Nimba County.
So Pewee, that information, I don't know how credible that is, but that seemed an impossible thing, because the elections in Nimba County is not one of new. They are not using any new voter roll. They're using the voter roll.
But they will still have to update it.
I'm telling you, they're using the voter roll of the last elections. Of course, there were people who might have gone in either to do card replacement and stuff like that, but I don't think they register new voters for these elections. I think they're using the voters that already existed before the voters that voted in the 2023 election. So if that being the case, then those voter rolls technically already existed. So I don't know how come they will be writing. If any of those things, if those things are true, then of course, right up really, that is a recipe for chaos, because the voter roll for the by-elections in Nimba County is not new. They didn't register any new voters. They're using the old one. People lost their card. I'm sure they have gone into replace. So those things should be digital and everything to go and start writing something there. I don't know where you go ready to next office in Nimba County. I hope that is not true, because if that is true, then of course you undermine the credibility of the process. And that is as dangerous as people planning to to create chaos. When people lack confidence, when people lack trust in our electoral process, it is that perception that eventually lead to the chaos. So we hope that the Elections Commission could provide on the time, on the spot response to these things, because sometimes you sit down, allow this information to spread and become widely accepted as true, then it creates chaos. So if the Elections Commission is pay attention to this, we think it's important for them to just release a short statement with regard to the voter roll that cannot be the case.
Real quick, I got a concern with Mr. Russell's statement that he will get information, if possible, live from his people that he may be able to share with. But isn't that the thrust of the argument here? Information that should be available to the entire population, to the entire Liberia. Okay, Pewee doesn't have it because people who are on the ground, who usually transmit information through the internet, can't get it. Tomalin can't get it. Our reporter can't get it. But for some reason, you will be able to get it and update us. Isn't that the thrust of this argument, that you are actually denying the people and giving information to relevant people, but denying the populace? I think you just confirmed that, Mr. Russell.
No, I think you misunderstood what I said, or I may not have done a good job of articulating exactly what I was trying to say. What I was saying to Sylvester was that based on the question that he asked me, and I went for so there were two things. So one, the first thing was that I talked about the original question, the question that's on the table that we are discussing about relative to this scheduled maintenance, or this maintenance that is coming forth, and they'll be shutting down the internet system. So I spoke about that, and then I also went ahead to answer the question that he'd asked me about what I had concerns about what was going on in Nimba County, and with respect to the elections and all of that. And I told him no. And I said that if there was anything, oh, by the way, I'm communicating with folks on the ground now as we speak. So I'm not talking about the telecommunication system. So, I don't have any privileged information except that I know some of the folks there. This network has people on the ground there, journalists on the ground that will be feeding information to Tomalin and Benjamin Sanvee and Dr. Peabody and others. I'm just saying that I have, some folks on the ground that will be sharing information with me. So, Sylvester, if there's some issues that came out right now, breaking news or whatever, pertaining to whether there'll be concerns or issues there or challenges there, I will be able to share that with you all, in real time. So that's all I meant. I was not talking about the communication system, and neither did I say that I have privileged information that will not be shared with me, and I'm not sharing that is not known by everybody. So that's not what I meant.
Thank you. Tomalin?
One of the issues that people are concerned with, I'm trying to get my guys in email, is the voter roll. Voter roll, people are concerned about it, and I just got a call from Garrison Yellow, but trying to get back to him again. But we still going. I mean, I hope I get hold of him. I'm trying to find out from them what's going on about the ANC issue a statement too. They have some concern about something about election magistrate. And then just now too, our international partners, the U.S. government, the European Union, the United Nations, and African ECOWAS, just issue a joint statement. It's so small. So let me use my grandfather glasses to put it on, see what happened here. Yeah. We said a joint statement by international partners on the Nima by-election. The national community remains committed to supporting Liberia's democratic journey. As Nima heads to the by-election on April 22nd, we encourage all stakeholders to abide by the terms of the Farmington River Declaration, all relevant laws to foster a credible, free, fair, inclusive, and peaceful electoral process. The national community commends the National Elections Commission, the Liberian National Police, and all security agencies for the work done so far and urges all institutions to remain impartial to build confidence in a credible and successful electoral process. Finally, the national community urges all citizens to play their role in forging further democratic gains in Liberia. Well, I mean, like somebody said, I think that's Hamed. The election are taking on giving a national attention because everybody's focused on Nima, and there's a senatorial by-election, and now people are there. Rebels are there too. People are there to protect their votes. But I just want to throw this question out. With all what we're hearing, people issue like ANC issue a statement too. I mean, anybody foresee that there will be the election will not be free and fair? Anybody see anybody have any insight to say, well, any worry or concern that election will not be a transparent election? Even though the Inspector General, I heard his press conference today, Nima, he assured the public that people will be free to go, and in fact, he said they will escort when the voting ends, they're gonna escort to the warehouse where they'll check the ballots. Will be fully protected. He assured the country that election will be free and fair, and the police are in control. They have deployed more men there, and they have enough logistics and everything to ensure a free and fair election. What do you think?
For me, so I'm sufficiently not bothered that this election is going to be stolen. I'm not bothered about it on a serious note. And part of the reason is that if we, as political institutions, independent body, we put into place and do the needful and protect the votes, I don't see the process. Just one by-election. What you have to do, for instance, the CMC intend to deploy appropriate agents, electoral agents, to protect all of the ballots for all aspects of the county, if you will. So I would expect the other political institutions and other independent candidates in the race to do the same. So by that, you will significantly reduce the potentiality of even anybody attempting to steal the ballot. So it's one of the neat things you can do to do that. So to deploy your agents, because if you deploy your agents and the agents are mounted in their polling stations and they collected because after elections the pool going to close by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Then we're going to go do the collations, reconciliation. Then we do all the process. If each agent will have her number, and then do a routine check with other polling centers or precincts across the county, it's going to be difficult to bulldoze this process to steal it from anybody. So that's the only thing I'm going to say here. But if we don't do that, if you open the room wherein there's no representation, it's difficult to steal elections in Liberia if the party will do for themselves what they ought to do for themselves. It's difficult to steal elections in Liberia on that basis.
I tend to agree with JKPF. He said you can't steal election in Liberia once parties and candidates as well as independent groups are deployed to polling centers.
That's what I just said.
And Mr. Pierre is somebody who has been involved in electioneering in Liberia. He's a veteran of electoral being part of the electoral process. So and sometimes we had an argument before, but again, like the police director said today too, he said I think 681 polling stations, and he said well, every station will have a police presence there. So like people, I agree with you though, and I've been having an argument with others that if they cheat you, that means you're allowed to be cheated, because
of course.
If you have representation to all, because before the polling they start voting, they will show the ballot boxes, they empty, everybody will see it, and as you go to vote, your name should be on that voter roll. Now, the other concern people are having now, those who need have been written by handwriting is a concern though. People have handwritten people name there is a concern. So if your name is not on that at a particular precinct where your name should be to correspond with your voting ID card, whatever the case, then that's an issue. Now, the question will be, raising the issue, but that person, will you say the person should not vote, or what will happen? What happens in that case?
Which one?
If I go to vote and then my name is the name that on the voter roll does not correspond with my voter ID card, my voter whoever I'm going to vote with.
So two things can happen in that case. There was
Yeah.
a time in the last election is also that is unfolded, and so the poll worker and other representation will have to check. Two things have to happen there. Other things have to happen to allow you vote. So if the name, probably the name was misspelled, it's possible, but your number on the ID, will have to be the same number you assigned. So if that number is different from the number on the ID, is everything the name is not spelled, or the number is also, then there's concern that they will stop you from voting. But if the name is misspelled, for instance, let's say Sylvester Pewee, and instead of Pewee, you have Pewee, and the Sylvester is right, and the number corresponds, you should be allowed to vote.
So let me ask, all of you guys that are so veteran in elections, so you guys are the best people I got. So my question is, another one is that, for instance, if some people say, oh, they'll have pre-marked ballots, and so you have a pre-marked ballot already, and then they will stock the ballot boxes.
No.
And other people say, how do you call it? The people, like one of my boys told me yesterday that they put buying voter cards from people. So my question is, who you get a voter card to go vote where?
Exactly.
So Tomalin, you see, first and foremost, broader institutions or independent candidates sending people to observe the pool must provide training. Observing the pool is not just about going to sit there for those hours the election going. You must have the training to identify technical areas. And once that happens, it becomes a little difficult for irregularities. However, it also provides you the capacity to identify. For example, if a pool washer is sitting there and he doesn't understand that the ballot box under which the ballot should go in should be first empty, open to all that we see that is empty. They must know the number of ballot papers that was sent to that polling station. The voter roll must tell them how many persons will be voting at that station, and so then they understand potentially how many ballot boxes, how many ballot papers could be left, or if there was some destroyed and how much. So you do all those calculations. You go in there, you find out, okay, at the police station, which usually is the case, that 500 people should vote here, but we have come with 1,000, we have come with maybe 600 ballot paper just in case, you know that, and then you have the voter roll listing to know the name. When a person comes in, you show the ID card, you observe that the ID card. So you have to be trained. In other words, and I agree with Pierre that political institutions and independent must do for themselves what no one to train the pool watcher. However, here's which was highlighted in the statement from the international community. They highlighted one particular word I want to underscore is confidence. Confidence in the process is very critical. So, for example, we have courts, we have police in there, but sometimes people take the law in their hand. For example, they catch a rule, they beat the rule on the spot, someone brain, as opposed to taking him to the police station with the hope that why? Because eventually they have lose confidence in the process. And when people lose confidence in the process, it becomes very dangerous as much as cheating. So if people lack confidence that tomorrow process could be free and fair, don't think Robbie. Some people could just stay away. What's the point of me going to vote when the government already cheat?
Yeah, but so let me ask you another one. So at these places, right? When the election, when the polling closed, when the polls closed, right? The top two candidates, and they check the ballots, they do the raw checking there, right?
Yeah, not just the top two candidates, but they check the ballots in front of everybody there. The ballot must be counted there and then put back in a ballot box that will be sealed in a way that it cannot be opened. So if they were taken out to now, those are the polling stations, right? The ballots are counted, the total tally placed in the ballot box and sealed. sent to the magistrate or whatever it is that where they will take the result from for the elections commission. You must have observers there. Now, one of the things the observer must observe is that the ballot bag that will be open, say this ballot bag from polling station 3, he must observe that it is sealed, and the seal must be broken. So if any ballot bag from which they will take out the tally that would now be calculated to be sent to elections commission for announcement. So at that center, which sometimes they call the major data center, if they brought the ballot back and it is not sealed, you should then it was tampered with. So it should be sealed, and then you find the tallies. So I mean, what I'm saying in other words is that.
But okay, let me another. So, how do you call it? If I'm an observer, right, at a polling station or poll watcher, the case. If people go to vote, my job is to make sure that people is voting on the right material. Or only the NEC person will be making that decision.
Well,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think technically the NEC supervisor has the ultimate decision as to stopping a person from voting. What you can do, which is some of the reason why I think I have concern in terms of about the role of observer. If the observe, whether the strength of your presence is to observe and document these things that you intend to send out, because again to say, okay, we're not going to vote because of this, because the observers do not really have that authority. However, they can flag it out, they can register it, and they can document it. Ultimately, the decision to stopping a person from casting a ballot is the responsibility of the elections officer.
My last question. My last question. So after you count the raw ballots, and then you everybody sign onto that sheet, right? The tally sheet. You sign to it. Now that's not that figures you got. Because sometimes NEC will say they don't want allowed to get the official result. Yes, so I will hearing that there's not NEC official result. But I believe that tally sheet should be the one that will correspond with NEC, what NEC will be announcing.
Absolutely.
Now when they get to do it, when they're opening the ballots there, can they have observers there when opening the ballot?
Yeah, so first and foremost, before you go to vote, the question you just asked before this last question, you have your name going to be displayed.
Okay.
And for the first thing you have to do, your name going to be displayed outside the polling center. And it will tell you which of them, because the precinct they have polling place number 1 to number 10. Let's say for instance, right? So if you have too many, if your name is to polling place number 1, you're going to see, you go to all the area, you'll see your name to polling. Where you find your name is where you're going to vote. It's the first thing. And when you go in, there's a record officer there. That record officer is there to make sure that your name, your card, correspond with the name on the form. And it's organized in a very good way. If the record officer take your card for you, go through the list, and your name correspond with that, the record officer will take the card, fold it, and give it to you. Then you move on to the next, which is the ink officer. The next officer, then you move in first. You move in after the record officer, you go in and vote. When you come in, and that card, record officer, for the record officer give it to you, it will display that card to all of the poll watchers to make sure it's giving you a blank card.
Okay.
The card is displayed. The record officer open the card and show it to the pool, because the pool watchers are all sitting this way. All of them sitting for all the political parties and independent. They will show this way. Everybody see it. Then the record officer will fold it and tell you how you're going to do it to put it in the bag, so that if you are using ink to not run on it invalid. So there's a way they'll fold it and give it in a unique way. And then you go through the person and vote. After voting, you go down to the ink officer, and the ink officer will put ink on your hand. There is an indelible ink to prove that you already voted, so you can come back, then you leave. Now back to the issue. If those vote after they close the polls, they will announce that pool may close. The last person on the when the last time it was 1 minute to 6 o'clock, the pool supervisor will go and stand behind, or ask any police officer will stand behind the last person in the line after that time. They will close. When the pool is closed, and then they will do what we call reconciliation. The reconciliation process, first and foremost, is to make sure they take all the ballot and whisk it on the table in front of all of the poll watchers.
Okay.
In the reconciliation, you sort him out. The reconciliation process is to sort out to make sure that every polling place you have 500 votes. You first and foremost have to reconcile if that 500 is correct.
Okay.
If it is correct, after reconciliation, you do what we call collating. You do this, something you sort them out. It's correct. Yeah, everybody agree. Then you start checking. Too many jobs, 10 votes.
Unknown caller.
Kehleboe, 5 votes. Then you do it. Everything finished. The person that went to that place, they will mark it and they give you the pink sheet that 3 persons entitled to it. The first winner, second, and third. Any other person that came there after the result, you will not get nothing. Your representation will not get nothing.
So if based on the fact that what you just said, so if the result that you given and then NEC reading the same result. So if somebody just say, "Oh, they cheated me," I mean, what if they say, "Oh, they cheated me"? How would they come out?
You know, sometimes people don't just like to lose. That's in the case, right? I'm speaking to you now as a former voter and a former election worker also, because I went through vigorous training in the process and did some of these things. So that's why I'm saying it's difficult to be cheated. So after the reconciliation, they sign those papers. They give you got a representative there, Mr. Russell got a representative there. I got mine. So they share it. They give everybody own to them, right? From that paper that they gave out of us, we already know who went to their place, But for the whole country, they will take all of those boxes. Then afterward, they will seal the box again. As my brother regularly said, that it will be sealed. They will be sealed and placed for a security escort to escort it to the county headquarters, which is the election magistrate office. At the election magistrate office again, every political party and independent candidate will have their representation there.
Okay.
Those numbers you already got, you're keeping it to make sure you correspond, and they'll send it. Then they will go again, they will unseal that box and put everything. But that time, they will be doing it from district to district and police station to police station at the general magistrate office, wherein they will go again and count. And 99%, the same result we got from the other era will correspond from that area. That's the result that they will take and send to Monrovia for the election chair to be checking to be official count.
Because by tomorrow, okay, by Wednesday, by Tuesday night, I can tell you, by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, we'll see all your boxes then in each room.
Yeah, so what you'll be listening to on the radios will be the result that will be put on the wall. People will be taking it and they will be sending to the radio station, will be reading them. So that's the pattern. If the pattern and the trend of the result is going that way, people reading, and the same thing that you're going to give. The only time it's difficult to cheat. The only way they will cheat you if you don't deploy your people. Then I mean,
that is not necessary.
So that's it. It's difficult to cheat. If you don't have a product, they will cheat you. It's difficult.
So that mean, so they cheated. Bene we talking about the shouldn't just.
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Tomalin.
No,
We don't want to undermine the credibility of our elections, but the truth is that because the process is manual, it still makes it vulnerable. However, we must admit that these steps are there to ensure its trustworthiness and largely, as Pewee rightly said, political institutions must provide trained people.
That's it.
What are you going to? You must know what to observe for. Other than that, you're just going to sit down. Because of course the process can be long, sometimes boring, but you must know what. For example, a critical part of it, you must understand that at this center is only 500 persons that should be voting here, and how many ballots enter that polling station. So usually they have maybe 50 or 100 more just in case. So you know that before the start of pool, 600 ballots came in here, but today only 500 persons will vote. Now, for every time people come in to vote, you as observer, you must observe it. You must mark it down. So let's say you mark only 30 persons enter to vote, and then through reconciliation, you find 50 ballots were cast. Obviously, you know that there's 20 ballot more than what you were able to jot down. So of course that would create room. But I don't think those have been the basis for argument most of the time. That is why we are saying having confidence in the process is critical. And so government or those who are managing,
read the statement up, please. Go ahead, sorry.
those who are managing our election must ensure that they minimize any reason why people will lack confidence in the process. So for example, the shutting down of the internet, while it is true it is completely a different process with the elections commission, with the election, those are two different things. But because it is critical in information dissemination on time, it has the potential to create a speculative mind. And so you want to in critical election, maybe not in a by-election in Nima County, but assuming it was a national election, you want to take steps to avoid such so you just don't want it, any speculation, any reason why people will, for example, trucks coming to the county with the ballot boxes, yes, those trucks break down. Of course, accident can happen. If you're not in the election, a truck going to Nima County also could break down. But because the potential it may have in creating speculation and false narrative, you want to go beyond every measure. You want to calculate in your planning stage. What if this happen? How do we respond? How if this happen? How do we respond? You want to do all of those things in the best you can as a person to reduce any form of perception, any form of speculation, particularly so when the elections seem to be so tight, particularly so when the elections now have been elevated, particularly so when the conversation surrounding the elections have gained national concern. So so you want to do that. But as Pewee readily said, sometimes the process to cheat can be you must be sophisticated to do so. You must.
That's it. That's all. Like that. Yeah, quickly.
You must play you must play to cheat just as much as those who are planning to protect the election. You can just
Exactly.
you can be
You have
some
to be-
you can just
exactly.
wake up in the morning and say you're just go cheat.
Somebody, let me say this. I know, Memphis double. It's obvious sometimes it's good to comment on these things, but we'll come up with the authority. He's so authoritative to say it's far-fetched and erroneous. He's proud to say it's far-fetched erroneous. Yes, Mr. Dopu, let me say this to you quickly. Yes, the first, second, and third are those candidates that will get the preliminary results coming from there. Signed copy will be issued to them. First, 1, 2, 3. I'm absolutely certain about that. It's not something I'm saying off my head. I'm not guessing here. There's no guessing. I don't endorse into those kind of things. And I respect you a lot. I will hope yourself before coming to say something is erroneous, you have counter check it to find out the real information about that. But yeah, it's 1, 2, and 3. It's quite unfortunate people like you will just come say something is erroneous without counter checking it. I got too much respect for you, and this time I will be very humble to say to you, yeah, it's 1, 2, and 3. Yes, I'm very certain about that. Unfortunately, you are not certain, and you came out you say erroneous. This is unfair to me. It's unfair to me.
I think you have repeated yourself 5 times now on your response. So
it's unfair to me. No, I think you've got. He said I repeat myself. I will get it.
You go like 5 different times.
No. You don't have to be impatient about what I'm saying. I know you don't like what I'm saying. What you're saying, I repeat. If I listen to
what you say, it's true. The first, second, and third place winner will get the tally sheet.
There's a reason why I'm emphasizing because the way he came out to say it's erroneous.
But you have said it more than 5 times.
Do you want me to say one more time that what I'm trying to correct him because I don't want him to come back again and say things without counter checking it.
No, you see when you are like that.
Go ahead, big brother Gongloe.
As listener, you come across to listener like you are arrogant too.
No. It's not that. It's not that. Just like I don't want to say things people think I'm giving misinformation, so I want to go back over and again to correct.
Then people listener get impatient. The guys.
No. They will get impatient. They will take the correction. And move it next time to my question. You want to counter me on anything? Can you want to go ahead to counter if you want to do that?
Of course, I'll certainly do it.
Okay, then. The reason why you signed away, so let me get you the time to go ahead.
Not on the first, no. You see, let's get this right. First, second, third place candidates will get the tally sheet at that put in place. It's correct. I was election magistrate in Nimba. You know that. I've said it many times.
I know. I know.
I was international observer in for
Baku.
I will repeat myself. I was United Nations. I was United Nations electoral officer. I'm telling you, I was United Nations electoral officer. So I've been elections.
No. Listen, Kehleboe.
Uh-huh.
For me, I can personally, if you want me to start to go on your CV, you want me to get out something to me to do for you?
No, please don't do
Okay, then go to the real issue now. Because if you want to do it, I will do it for you. Go to the real issue.
I listen to JKP. That's my good picking. To say it is, he actually said is what I think impossible. Did he say impossible or whatever? You know. So let me say this. No, the process in Liberia, as we currently run, is biometric, but it's not digital. So it's manual. It's prone to human error and cheating. There is no check and balance.
Everybody, by the way, not everybody. Stop that.
So let me say this to you. I mean, we need to believe in the process. When laws are written, when processes are written, they are written for the positive side. That this is the positive expectation that everybody will do this. They expect that nobody should have criminal intent, right? So they write the laws and the processes, you know, now good people are going to go in this process. And that's what is. But if you look, the particular dishonest networker, take the recent case, 2023 presidential election. All of us here know were overvoting in Nima more than the registered voter. Is there anyone who is not aware that in Nima they were overvoting? Did Ned not talk about it?
The past elections?
Yes, 2023 presidential election.
Oh yes, Brussels, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you say it is impossible, why did it happen?
I didn't say it's impossible. I said it's difficult.
No, I'm telling you JKP here. No, so I'm just telling you, look, here are some of the things I've learned over time. And for me, I like to, like I said, the laws are written for good, people who will come and follow the process. There is written on the assumption that networkers themselves are properly trained. And you know, networkers are not properly trained. They grab them a few days to the election day and give them like crash training and put them there. They are not properly trained. So most of them can be learning basically as the process starts, or maybe for the first 20 voters that will come, this is where some of them gain their experience from. They're not ready. And when it comes to even the counting process, a lot of them are a little bit confused on how the counting process should go. People are a little nervous about numbers, which is a general thing, for the population. So all those things are got a potential or propensity to cause misinformation or even to lead to chaos or flaws in the process. So here is what has happened. In some cases,
what update do you have on the county currently?
What?
Do you have any new update as per what is?
No, I'm going to speak on. I'm going to speak first on what I want to speak on. Then I can come to that.
Okay.
For example, in this election, under the procedure, next supposed to train party agents, political party agents, and candidates right? Next did not do it in this process. Like I said the last time, elections are not rigged on the day of election alone. Rigging of the process starts slowly in different forms. For example, there's numerous videos of the vice president distributing money openly. Vote for Koga and give it. Koga himself, there are videos of him saying, April 22nd, I'm gonna win this show. Yeah, 300,000 now for you, the adults. Yeah, 1,000 now for you, the youth. There's so many. That is rigging because it's against the election law. It's vote buying. This is precisely the definition of vote buying because you are giving such a money publicly, okay? And not just giving it publicly, but the things you say before giving it and the things you say after giving it, they are also critical. And these are all violations. NEC has done nothing about that. For example, one of the candidates was intimidated twice and her rally was cut off twice. The father complained to NEC. NEC is yet to even call for a hearing into that. Those are all attempts to rig the process, to make the process not balanced, not fair, not transparent. Okay, you also create that sense that, oh, apparently the system is against me. I've written all this stuff and nobody is getting back to me. So I think they are working for the other side. So you create also that doubt in the minds of other candidates. The other time I listened to T1OK Spoon, he was talking about his frustration and what he believed the government was doing, you know, and other candidates are speaking out. This afternoon I listened to Garrison Yelu. He said in District 5, which is Samakoga district, instead of deploying police, they actually did employ AFL, armed AFL personnel. And they deploy armed police, overly deploy armed police in District 4 and District 3. There are also armed police officers in Ganto and Osanukole, but for now, they seem to be just working normally, because nothing going on. Everybody going about their normal businesses until tomorrow. But the fact that they will deploy AFL, this is a civilian matter in District 5, not in any other district, but only District 5. So it also creates that suspicion that why would the government choose to deploy AFL in one district and not the other district, and not all the other districts? Okay, why are they all deploying in one district and not having the same equal deployment in all the districts? So it's also concerning. But on the question of cheating, the Liberian election process is so prone to cheating that in this process and in previous processes and some of the complaints that have been filed, I've learned today and for the past 1 week, I've been in constant contact with all our networkers, some of whom are trained, who have been in the system now 21 years as election magistrate, and they're talking to me. I'm talking to them. So, for example, there is a guy that came from Lofa. He's called Emmanuel Keto. He's an electoral supervisor in District 1. Thomas Fala sent him to Nimba. He's also one of the staff that took there, and he has a history of cheating in Lofa for Thomas Fala. And I know I've checked on the list. We know what they're deploying. We have people to check on him now. Okay, and what can happen in these processes when people want to be dishonest, even though the process is written to be for good people. What can happen, for example, the ballot paper issue, the observer have limited role. They can sit and observe, but they cannot stop the process. They take notes, right? And of course, my man, the legal process is a different thing to talk. We have printed FRR to give and given to all of our observers. Because they not even agree with us, they not invite us to a meeting in spite of the fact that we requested for ordinances for training. They refuse. That political party agent training supposed to be a forum where candidate agents and they will agree on what observers can do and what observers can do. They refuse to do that. So it's actually a point of chaos now. We told our observers, hey, when you see somebody, you suspect this person is come to vote and it's not that person based on the photo on the FRR, raise your hand and try to stop it. But we also know on the rule they cannot do that. But because they refuse to establish our rule, we are saying, okay, we'll write our own rule. Stop it. Raise your hand. Say this person is you. So it's going to be, it has the potential to bring chaos because of net failure to do that. And we suspect that net may be working maybe for a particular candidate. You know, I mean, that's a suspicion, legitimate suspicion. You know, so that's
a serious allegation, though.
It's a serious allegation. And I say this with confidence and with no pretense about that because the period of complaints that we filed to NEC and NEC.
You just said something also. That's why I thought to bring you about Thomas.
Why can you? Why? So are you still going to participate in the election, having concluded that you think NEC is actually working with another candidate? Those are serious allegations to make. You know, because excuse me now, irregularities sometimes occur, but to elevate that to the point where you're now saying with some sense of confidence that the Elections Commission is working with another candidate, I think that's that will demand, that will require more of you to substantiate that claim. You know, and it's important
So,
considering
Philippe,
the number of people that are watching
I think so
and
now we'll listen to people and we'll add our own vocabulary to it. I said, I suspect
Guys, guys, please, 1 minute, please.
for
Kehleboe, I
all
have
of
the,
them. That's
I
what I
have,
said. I said,
Kehleboe,
I suspect net could be working. Okay.
Kehleboe,
So
I,
you
I
say
have,
yes.
I have Jassy Burford from LTA.
Mhm.
She's on the line to clarify the press release. Ms. Burford, you live on the closing argument. Go ahead.
Will she allow us to ask a question?
Well, good evening to you all. Yes, the LTA has been planning with CCL preparations for this repair work on the stunt. And it's nothing that we planned for to coincide with any political activities. As far back as February, we have been scheduling the repair, and it was only delayed because of the landing site, which was under the monument. If you've been down to the PHP park there, there's a monument there, and unfortunately, they put it at the landing site. So there was need for it to be relocated so that it could be repaired. And that's what caused the delay in us doing what we had planned to do. Now, it was a CCL repair work, not an LTA. We were just facilitators to make sure that we allowed, that we had in place plans for internet to continue to flow into the country during this period of repair. And having said that, Orange and C Squared were declared what we call essential facilities, meaning that they are providing a service that nobody else can provide, and therefore they have to give access to other providers, ISPs, so that they can service their consumers. So Orange and C Squared are providing cross-border connectivity from the Ivory Coast. So they will be bringing terrestrial connectivity from neighboring country, and everybody in Liberia will have access to internet. Of course, the ACE cable will go down for a period of probably about a week at the most. We have a ship arriving tomorrow at the Freeport, bringing some very delicate equipment into the country. That equipment will be stored at CCL, and others will be stored, I think we have 2 locations at PHP, sorry. And so over the next, starting Wednesday, the repair work will start. The ACE cable will indeed be disengaged. We will have redundancy through Orange and C Squared that will provide connectivity to the country. So this is definitely not anything planned to coincide with the operations of, what's happening in Nimba with the votes. It's definitely not anything to offset former President Weah's legacy. President Borka himself had no real say in this because this was something that was scheduled and had to be done. We deferred it because we had to find a new location for the landing site. Otherwise, this thing was going to be done in early March. So there's absolutely no way that this thing was planned to come to coincide with what's happening now. Okay? That's not how we operate at LTA, and neither at CCL. Henry Benson heads CCL. He's a former commissioner of engineering at LTA, and he's doing a brilliant job with his staff down there. Likewise, our group of commissioners at the LTA, we've been brainstorming since back in February to see how this thing would be a seamless operation. And indeed, I think it will be. So, we want to be prepared so that in the future, if there's need for interruptions, that we can access the area and repair it. Because right now we can't, you see? So it's important that we do these repairs and get them in place. Liberia enjoys very good internet service. We have very low latency, which means that there's not the time between us getting our information out and retrieving it is very, it doesn't take a lot of time.
Yep.
That's important. There's very low buffering. You're trying to get on to watch movies. You don't see it, wasting a lot of time spinning around. We have good internet, and we want to continue that and improve on it.
Yep, Madam, Madam Buffett, thank you for coming on. A few questions for you before you go, please. Now, you said quickly that this should have been executed sometime in March. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, okay, sometime March. And why did you wait up to today to give the press release to the people, not informing the Liberian people this should have been done in March, but it won't be done in March, it will be done sometime in April? Why you didn't do that?
No. What happened in March was that we discovered that the landing, I think late February, that the landing point for the ACE cable could not be accessed. So therefore, TCL felt that they could correct it themselves, but obviously it wasn't possible because it required a lot more work. They had to find contractors, they had to get bids, and the whole process was deferred. We did not want to alarm anybody, misinform anybody, start putting out dates when things were going to happen, and then they don't happen. So that was why, we were prepared back in February. I don't know if you saw the release. I did a release with my team, and the strategy team at LTA for this disclosure, and it was only delayed because we had to find out when actually the repair could be done.
Okay, quickly, your release stated, you just said to us just now that we're going to have vibrant internet in the country during this period. Is that correct?
It said vibrant?
Yeah, you said we're going to have internet. Let me not say vibrant.
We're going to have internet. I don't remember saying vibrant internet.
Yeah, I think the vibrant back, but we're going to have internet.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, we will. We will. Absolutely surely will. Okay.
But your release is saying that there's going to be internet interruption. How do you compromise that?
It said we're going to try to minimize interruptions. That's what it says.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me ask you one question.
Can I ask a question quick?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one question. Don't you think that the optics, you're having a major election around this time. Don't you think the optics is a little bad because the people have already concluded that you guys are trying to do something? I don't care how you guys try to avoid. People are already concluding. So don't you think the optics is bad? You guys wait till after the election?
Listen now, I don't know what you mean by you guys, okay? This is an international ship. You know how long ships take to come? A ship is not an airplane. You can't defer. The people are coming. We deferred it once because we realized that we couldn't fix it right away. We had to go through a process to get the contractors to do the repair work. The ship is on the high seas. It's coming. It takes a month or wherever it's coming from, maybe 2. And you're saying that because of election, we should defer it. It costs hundreds and thousands of dollars. This is an expensive process. And we're trying to minimize the effect on the consumers. And we're saying that we have in place a redundancy method where we can continue to receive internet despite the ACE cable going down. I don't know what more you expect for us to do. We're doing our very best, and indeed it is a good solution and a way forward. And we're saying that internet will not go down. There may be very slight interruptions, but nothing that will upset, the whole process of understanding what's going on in NIMBA or the Supreme Court. But it's totally apolitical. We're looking at this thing on a national perspective. We're looking down the road at what we're going to be doing, in the future. And this thing has to be fixed. The ACE cable has to be fixed. We're looking for redundancy. We have it in orange. and they're giving us cross-border connectivity. They have a license, LTA provided them, give them the authority to do so, to be able to offer it to other ISPs and service providers at a fair market value so they can continue to can provide to their customers. So we've declared them essential facilities because nobody else has what they have right now. So believe me, there's no conspiracy or no hidden agenda. Absolutely not.
Okay. Miss Burfy, this is Winfred Russell. I have a few questions for you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Okay. So one, you're dropping a lot of acronyms. So if you can please, for the benefit of our listeners and viewers, if you can please explain what those mean, that would be fine. That's one. So your CCL, your ACE cable, and all of that. So if you can please,
all right. I thought you had gotten a little bit of knowledge.
No. It's not for me. We have thousands of people listening and watching, so they don't understand what all those means.
All right. So ACE stands for Africa Coast to Europe. That's the ACE cable that runs from, I think it's up there in Europe, coming straight down.
Yeah, somewhere in Europe. Yeah. Okay.
And it ends in South Africa. It serves, a whole bunch of countries, and it's our only source right now of, undersea cable. And you asked me about CCL. CCL stands for the Cable Consortium of Liberia. And what that is the ownership of the ACE cable in Liberia. The ownership is shared by the government and service providers. And it is overseen on Lynn Street up there where the telco is. And it's headed by Henry Benson, a former engineering commissioner at LTA for 8 years. And he heads that operation, and he's going to be the face of this repair, along with the high-end technicians that are arriving on the ship. And they'll be arriving on the ship tomorrow, and I hope to be there.
No, I just wanted some clarification, like I said, for the benefit of our listeners and viewers and all of that. The next thing is that, the next thing is that, now, and let me say that, like I said earlier, I don't think, sadly, it's the state of affairs in the country, but this is a major infrastructure and a major establishment. These things typically, you have routine maintenance, you have service, service maintenance processes. So I understand that, but we are in a very charged political environment that a lot of things are viewed through the prism of conspiracy because there's just been lack of trust across the board. So I mean, it's sad, but that's where we find ourselves in this country. So my question though is that one, did you all before this PHP park was built by the previous administration, did the LTA provide some technical advice to the government or whoever was in charge of constructing this park? Did they give some engineering, recommendation and advice as to where to build this monument? Then the next piece of my question is that in the event that things were to get slow because of the work that has been done on the ACE cable, will Starlink, a service like Starlink, so would that still work, or would that have any impact on the services that, say, for example, that Starlink provides?
Starlink is a satellite-based internet provider, low orbit. They will be able to continue to function. So people who do have Starlink, they will enjoy uninterrupted. But I don't want to promote one source of connectivity over the other, but I'm just letting you know, no, Starlink will not be. Now you asked about Yes. CCL, Cable Consortium of Liberia, they wrote to the previous government. I think they wrote to Public Works or somebody and told them when they were making this beautiful park, it's a wonderful park, and said, look, hey, you can't build this here. But they were ignored. And they have letters on file to show that. Wow. But even with that knowledge, we don't want to say, we're breaking it down. We could have decided to just, we're going to move the monument and that's it. No, we diverted the landing to another location. That's what caused the delay. Nothing else. We didn't want it to look political, like we were trying to.
But if that's what has to be done, that's what has to be done. Why we're so politically correct and sensitive?
Exactly. Well, get it done.
Thank you. Anybody have a question for Ms. Bach before she leaves? Anybody have a question?
All right, let me ask my last question. Ms. Burford, you said this is a ship that takes months and all of that, but then why is it that you guys did not come up to let the Liberian people know that at a certain time this was going to happen and all of that, but probably within about 24 hours?
I'm looking at it, but I'd be very personal. If there wasn't elections, nobody would be asking why it's coming now. We'd just be announcing this is when it's going to happen.
And that's why you should have avoided. You should have avoided that.
No, but we didn't look. This is a technical operation. It's not based on elections. We're not trying to get around elections. Elections will take place. It's inevitable. And we have to do our work. That's inevitable too. So this thing, what we've done is we put a redundancy in place so that there will be minimal interruptions.
So you guys were not informed ahead of time on this ship when it was coming?
What?
Well, you got not informed ahead of time when the ship will come?
We knew, the ship couldn't come until we were ready. That's for sure. When I say ready, until we had diverted the new landing site, it was coming in March. We stopped it from coming because we weren't ready. The rainy season is just around the corner, sir. We have to look at climate and all those things too, So this time is happening, and it's unfortunate that it's happening during election times. But I don't think it's gonna stop us from being in communication with results and all that. There's no conspiracy theory here, Absolutely not, and I want you to really, embrace that. No one's trying to say, we're going to put the country in darkness so that nobody can know what's going on. That's totally absurd, That would be bad. That would even be bad politics, for goodness sakes, So we're just doing our job, and we're going to make sure that you can do yours and that everybody can enjoy the internet during this very brief period, although it's very critical. And I think you'll understand that it's not a deliberate effort to try and upset, the processes that are going on. It's business as usual for us, and it's a unique opportunity for us to get this thing corrected before it just implodes on us. Because right now it's a band-aid solution. That thing can break loose anytime.
Yeah, quickly, madam. Good. I know you're trying to assure us that we're going to have a very good internet moving forward. But I want to push you back to the Starlink thing. Have you officially licensed Starlink to operate in Liberia?
Yes, absolutely. I think that was done in November last year. They got their provisional license, which is for a year, so that we can study the market and see what effect they have on our market right now. So we told them that they have to have local ISP partners to go through established ISP internet service providers. And they have established, I think, 2 or 3 that they're working with. And there's 2 categories. One is, what's it called? They're resellers. Resellers mean that They will provide you with the hardware and the software and the follow-up so that in case you need, help in getting things established, troubleshooting and stuff like that. Then there's another group called retailers, and they will just send you the hardware, and then you will go online and figure out from Starlink's website or how to, get connected. A lot of people I've seen have, ordered it online, where you can go on their website, order it, and choose your package, and get on to enjoy what Starlink has to offer.
Yeah, quickly to that. There's this growing fear in the country. We've been receiving calls from all walks of life in the country that other internet provider like Lone Star or Orange, like you want to call it, they have a little concern that there have to be a mechanism other than that Starlink would just push them out of the market. Are you also, from the LTA perspective, are you concerned about what those internet providers are thinking currently?
Well, I think that's why LTA is giving them partially like a 1-year provisional license to study what impact they will have. But technology is such that if you don't keep up, you get left behind. So you have to keep on evolving. You have to keep on finding new ways to compete. Back in the day, way back in the day, we started off with what VHS. VHS tapes, and then we went to Betamax. And then we went to CDs, DVDs, and now we're using USBs and sticks and everything. Technology evolves. You don't go on Broad Street anymore and see video clubs where you can go rent VHS tapes. No, they've become obsolete. So Lone Star and Orange have to find ways to themselves, offer services, and that's what we love at LTA. We regulate so that we can attract investors, so that they can get a good return on their investment, and consumers get the best service in terms of quality of service.
Absolutely.
So we encourage innovation by keeping them competing.
Absolutely. I think from that perspective, your just concluded statement is fair enough to understand that you have to set the market, balance the market, so everyone can come and do and compete in it in the process. Excellent. So that the user, the consumer, will have the absolute benefit coming out of those services, those service providers, and the rest of that. It was a concern that we got, that many of those internet providers, like those big guys, are trying to push some of the commissioners in the LTA and that's one of the reasons why the provisional lesson got issued first and foremost. And we're hearing from unconfirmed source, it's alleged for now, that they've been pushing that they should not issue the official lessons. That's one of the reasons why I asked the question. And so by November this year, the official lesson should be issued to Starlink. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know. It's a little bit above me, but I know that I don't think anybody can push our commissioners. What I do know is that they listen keenly to what's being said, and they also watch the market and see what the prevailing situation is. And we have a good set of technical people who study the market. We have economic analysts, have a strategy section. We're just broken. We're very, very diverse, and they come together and they look at what's being done, what's played out. I'm sure during the rainy season, DSTV and those things, they have trouble with their satellites because of the rains. Well, Starlink is challenged, I'm sure, similarly, because they're a satellite constellation. They depend on that connectivity. Nothing is probably more secure than fiber. And they come up with their solutions and their mechanisms to make their profits, and everybody has to compete. And we just make sure that
finally from my end, are those commissioners still acting?
Yes, indeed, they're acting, and they're acting very well.
And how long are they going to act for?
I have no idea. That's from the office of the president.
No, you're the official spokesperson of the institution as per the law.
Oh yes, but I'm saying now, I can't tell you how
But
long
Pewee,
No. Tomalin, this is not change.
the president.
No. I just want to find out they say acting. They say acting.
Is
there any update?
And they're acting very well.
Good. Madam Buffett, is there any update basically on the other commissioner that took the government to court? Because there was this report, and I come in 1 minute. I come in, please. There was this report that the government then commissioned some of the audit some of the past commissioners, and some of them went to court. Is there any update from your office about that?
Not from my office, sir. I think you might be able to check with the General Auditing Commission or whatever it is, who those auditing groups that do that. I haven't heard anything official, and it doesn't really stop the wheels from turning at LTA. We have our hands full, and we're going ahead with meeting the needs of people who want to invest in Liberia and the consumers who look up to us to make sure they have the best service. So whatever's happening with past commissioners and what have you is secondary to my operations anyway.
Yeah, I understand it's secondary to your operation, but you are the official spokesperson of the institution. So that's how
yes, but I'm saying,
thank you, madam. Thank you for your call. We appreciate it.
I said thank you so much. Thank you for making the clarification. So the public can rest assured that tomorrow the internet will not be
there will be some glitches.
It will be disrupted. So that you just updated the previous release LTA gave. So the public can be rest assured, right? What's the final word for the public again? Just re-echo.
The final word for the public, rest assured that LTA is always in your interest, and that we will make sure that consumers are first, and government enjoys the privilege of knowing that we will always work in the interest of the Liberian people, and that investors know that their investment in Liberia will be secure and beneficial.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
God bless you. Happy Easter. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
So, yes. But, Chief, you said you wanted to ask a question, but you didn't move on. Why?
Who? Sure.
No, I'm just Kehleboe. I'm asking you, Chief.
No, I mean, I think the question I wanted to ask, I think you don't ask that question, or I was just basically going to ask you that what would you say to this unsuspecting public that you feel that communication gap? You didn't inform them 1 month ahead. You didn't give them a prior notice. Now, or will you blame them if they believe that you are doing this for a political reason? No, I was just gonna. But I think you guys asked him no question.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, but basically, gentlemen, what is your own takeaway from Ms. Buffett on a statement just now?
So I think if that was the best, then I think it was good that they were able to at least respond very quickly to the general concern that has evolved as a result of the press statement, which spoke about a nationwide outage. And so now that we understand at least that there's an alternative, even minimal, to that effect. So it's good that they provide the clarification, and it's also good that we know that other service provider will be on hand to fill in the gap at least. But here is the thing though, which speaks to the way we deal with transparency and communication in government. So even assuming, let's say there were no by-elections in Nema County, so they're just going to wake up in the morning to outage through the press release. I think the elections in Nema County put pressure for which now they prevent clarification. So it doesn't have to be that way. Even if there were no by-elections, you don't just cut off the internet service because it goes beyond an election. People use the internet for businesses. People use the internet for providing effective and on-time medical and security services around the country. So you don't wait for last minute of time before you provide that information. And I'm saying we are only able to have this clarification. We are only able to now know that there will be alternative because there is a by-election and concerns were being raised. So assuming there weren't any tomorrow, probably LTA just going to dash out the press statement and that was going to be it. And we're saying it should be beyond that. Government ability to respond, to be proactive should be beyond that. You can't just be reactive to situations. So I think the LTA and all of our different government apparatus should be able to on-time delivery of information, provide clarity, provide in-depth, and so that people know these things everywhere around the world. When services will be disrupted, you now inform a day to the event, then later you have to come clarify. They give you sufficient time. So even, for example, electrical disruption for some time, they give you time so that you get food stored in your fridge and stuff, so you can either dispose of it. Those things are just things that we overlooked, but it's important. It comes down to government efficiency, So that's just what I wanted to add. But we are happy to know that there will be
Russell,
tomorrow.
Yes, so you asked a question also, so in that direction. So, and then what's your takeaway from her concluding statement? Any overall?
Like I said, these things, when you're running, such a complicated technical system, enterprise like what the LTA is, it calls for these kinds of work to be done. So it doesn't surprise me, but again, they would have done themselves a lot of favor had they put out the information early. Knowing the environment in which we live, and with the election right around the corner, and then a major ruling is coming down from the Supreme Court, and all of these things conspiring to give the public, the distrusting public, the ammunition that there's some sort of a conspiracy lurking, around the corner, and so they didn't do themselves a good favor. But I do trust and believe what she said. I do trust her, and my only thing, I was sort of surprised that because in many civilized, organized countries, when you have expert advice coming from an engineering team or a technical team about where to build or where not to build, the government would usually listen. So I was just really surprised that they did provide some technical advice to the previous government to not build where they built the PHP park. It's a brilliant idea. I'm one of those who've been calling for parks to be built around the country. I don't think we have enough parks. We need to build more parks. But where those parks need to be built, it's something that needs to be looked at technically and prudently before you just get up and put a park. So I was pretty surprised when she said that the LT reached out to the previous administration and they didn't listen, and they went ahead and built the park where the park currently is. I was one of those two who were making the argument that even the park, the Invincible Park, another brilliant idea. That's a great legacy for the previous administration, building these parks, because I think it's a good thing. We need more of them. But again, where that park was placed is also was ill-advised, and I was told too that they recommended that the park should be placed somewhere else, and no one listened. The government certainly didn't listen. So I was quite disappointed hearing that. But I do believe what you're saying. Sadly, they didn't do a good job of trying to inform the public, and it sounds like there are a lot of things that out of their hands. They didn't have any control over it. So, but it would have been a good thing had they said something at least yesterday or a couple of days or last month for that matter.
Excellent. Dr. Peabody, and then take away from
I think information dissemination is very important, and I think they feel on that. I know they want to do a great job in terms of getting uh, the cable going through the country so that our internet can be more stable and all of that. But at least they should have at least informed the Liberian people. You knew when this ship is coming. You can't tell me you don't know when it's going to be in Liberia. The only thing I know our Liberian people, I can say this today, it will come up. If Hogan wins this election and there are some concern, it will point to LTA that they came and they did this. They'll be involved. There's no way they can be. The optics is just not good. I mean, I understand what they're doing. It's great for the country. It's very good for the country. Abdullah have a lot of vision for LTA, and stuff like that, and all of this going on, But could they have waited just for one day to be over, the election over? Supreme Court announce whatever they need to announce, and then just move on with the work, just so they cannot say, "No, our people with the blame game." If anything goes wrong for this election, LTA will not be out of it. And that's what I'm saying. But I mean, in regards to the park, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the government. You can say I can't say the previous government was not aware or not informed and decided to take it in their own hand. I don't know. Maybe something went wrong. Maybe some information was not really passed the right way, because I've spoken to Trokan, who was heading that project, and he doesn't seem to agree with that part, with LTA. He doesn't seem to agree with it. So I don't know, but I mean, I support what is in the best interest of the country and what will help the people. If they are determined that it is in the best interest, of the country, then they can move ahead and do what they need to do. But I just think the optics is just not right. The time is not right, and because Liberians are already complaining all over that because of the election, they're cutting our internet and they're doing that. We know our people. So
you're absolutely correct, Dr. Peabody, and the part you just said about what you talked to Chokon about. I mean, this is difficult to catch along. I do believe sincerely, if LT had written or the telco had written Torgbean Pewee, who of course was coordinating this project, the government are going to listen to them at the time. Because if you explain to them that this is meant for the internet process, this cannot be done this way. If you said got our letter on fire, I challenge. I mean, this is I'm not absolutely dismissing of side or claim that they got our letter on fire. I would challenge them to publish this letter. Another thing about this issue again, that's one of the things I said, these are a bunch of incompetent people and they behave in a more incompetent way, if you will. Some of the commissioners are heavily canvassing in Nima County. Like the commissioner that got that is on top of that sector, Patrick Hunter and the rest of the folks, particularly Patrick Hunter. He's actively engaging in campaign. He's involved in canvassing on behalf of the ruling party. So this is one of the reasons probably that they could push, because he got some connection within the presidency, or they are in the circle of the United Party. They will push to say, okay, we can sabotage this process to say this issue will do this. And I mean, if they had communicated, if they had communicated with the people of Liberia, because it was March. By March, we already knew when we were going to elections for the by-election. We knew the date already in March. It was obvious that you announced to the people that we wouldn't do this in March because of time factor. We would now push the time to around the end of April. And then we will have given the communication to the Liberian people like 2-3 weeks ahead of time. That's how to go about it. You have a critical time coming. You are on the eve. You're on the eve of the election, and the very day the election is going to be held, that's the day you're going to be disrupting internet connectivity and the rest of that. And then you want people to sit.
Not good.
It's not good. The option is bad. And another side I want to challenge them on is to publish this letter that you wrote Chokonkui that was coordinating that project. If you got that letter on file, publish the letter. You know, it's just quite unfortunate. Unless you should try to perform your responsibility. Right? Another person said some of the question was now, okay, yes, granted. But we will have to face the process. You know the very LTA issue is ever political. We have some of the former commissioners stay in court. And this new set of commissioners, they are still acting. They are still acting. What's the problem? Because the former commissioners are still in court and all these things. And then we come into this issue about this technical problem that we're going to start tomorrow. That's a problem. And we understand that we have to come out clearly. We do know that Starlink is doing, those that are using Starlink currently in the country, I'm told, the internet is doing fantastically well for them in terms of that. But there are other users that are network providers that are also concerned about other issues. What role are you playing? It's good to have a very open market for me. I believe that we shouldn't have any monopolistic market in the country. We have to move the country forward. But to inform the people, you have to be on top of the information dissemination process. You don't want to keep the Liberian people incommunicado. No. That would be tantamount to gauging into another thing. To keep the people incommunicado, no, it's unacceptable. Do a reasonable communication chain and strategically communicate with the people. They will understand your position. But if to come and give those kind of a half-baked kind of information, you have to be pushed to come and make further clarification. Then it will try to push other people to start to have second thoughts. And those are all recipe for chaos. And we don't want to see those things happen in our country, in our modern democracy. Particularly, we are in a democracy, and we should behave in those kind of land by informing our people duty. And the Constitution of our country provides that the people of the country be adequately informed. It is in keeping with their constitutional rights and other things. It was just irresponsible on their part. But now that they've done, they came to do the damage control. I don't know how folks going to look at it. Other people, can go ahead.
What I will say here is that, as I said, I'm here for the best interest determinability. If that is in the best interest of our country and it's going to help speed up internet and folks going to get internet, I'm all for it 100%. If they determine that, hey, the wire or been advised, I believe they will advise later on and say, hey, this thing at the PHP park, it will really disturb it, and then maybe they're taking action and stuff like that. I'm all for what is in the best interest of the country, what is in the best interest of the Liberian people, and all of that. But knowing our people, I'm saying it, you say Dr. Peabody said it, knowing our people, if anything goes wrong with that election, they will hold them. Even though I'm gonna be honest, the only person I haven't seen out there running around and saying he's campaigning is the chairman, Abdullah. Abdullah is more seen working, and the other guys are out there. They are doing their own thing, So let's see how this goes. They said that they will still have internet. It's just going to be a little interrupted here and there. Internet always been interrupted in Maria. I don't know what in Maria you have had like good internet. Sometimes I can't even when it's a number. Sometimes I can't even log on or download certain picture will take hours and things like that. So we'll see what happened. The ship is here, and some of those ships then can be on contract. You can't miss a day. You miss a day, you gotta pay. But again, what is in the best interest of Liberia? That's what we should do. Somebody said Kehleboe install Mansi said Kehleboe install offshore. How would the park interfere with connectivity? I mean, it's true, man. It's beyond me too. I don't know more about those things. So maybe we need to call somebody who will come and talk about it. Those different things. But gentlemen, it's been a good show. The election taking place tomorrow. I'm sure you guys have been perusing about the different candidates and all of that, on the election tomorrow. So what do you guys expect? What do you guys expect to see tomorrow? What are you guys hearing?
Well, I'm hearing it's going to be a very peaceful um, and transparent and fair election tomorrow. I'm also hearing that it's going to be very competitive. It's going to be very, very competitive. It is get out the vote game. So whoever has a very strong ground game will likely win, because by elections typically don't have a lot of turnout. I mean, the turnout is typically not that huge. So whoever has a very good ground game, that would include poll washers and all of them in there. I think they would do well. So I'm hearing a very, very competitive, a very intense process, but it's going to be smooth, transparent, and fair. The police will be there to have a very robust police presence there, and to assure everybody that things are going to be fine. So it's not because of anything that they suspect is going to happen, but just to sort of a show of force to allay whatever anxiety or whatever concerns that people may have. So it's going to have the police around there throughout the county. It's going to be the whole deployment matrix. I mean, cuts across the entire country, and everywhere they're going to be presence there. So that's part of what I know. That's part of what I'm hearing, and I think things going to work out beautifully, just like how they worked out in other by-elections in Grandview, in other places. The police participator was there to ensure the peace, to ensure that things went on smoothly. That's the same thing we're going to see tomorrow in Limba.
Okay, 1 minute. I have on the line the Mr. Henry Benson. He is the chairman and CEO of the Cable Consortium of Liberia, the CCL that Justice Beverly just mentioned. So he'll be giving us some understanding about what's happening concerning the work they are doing on the cable.
Is this the former commissioner of the LTA?
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Benson. You're live on the closing argument. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, good evening. I know. Good morning. It's 12:31 a.m. So, yeah, my name. Just quick introduction. Henry Benson. Directly said, I'm the chairman and CEO of the Cable Consortium of Liberia. Formerly commissioner at LTA for engineering for 2 terms. So let me just a quick overview of what opinion. In August of last year, we had a shunt on the internet cable, the optical fiber that terminates into Liberia. So the fiber runs from the Atlantic Ocean and passes underneath the current PHP park and terminates at a manhole. So I was at the LTA when we put in that entire infrastructure. So there was a shunt. A shunt is typically a temporary damage to the cable. So we decided to fix it, but it was not accessible because the monument is sitting right over the park. So what we decided, so that we do not distort anything, we wanted to refrain ourselves from going to the park, breaking down the monument and stuff. We said, let's decide to reroute the cable. So we built a completely new route so that the PHP park is fair. So in furtherance of that work that was done recently, we have a ship that is going to dock into Liberia tomorrow. The ship emanated from Europe. It's going to dock in Liberia at a free port. Once the ship gets at a free port, we're going to offload all of the equipment, and then the ship is going to sail to the PHP park. pretty much what we are doing is we're going to cut the old cable, put the new one on, plus it so that it ensures efficiency, good productivity as far as our money is spent. So all of the noise we're hearing right now that, you know, this has some political undertone, nothing like that. As a matter of fact, tomorrow is just the preparatory work that's going to be going on. The cable is not going down tomorrow. No, the actual work starts on Wednesday. All right, and we've already put in place some redundancy plan. We do have Orange, we have Starlink. So my thing is, when we hear that, you know, the country is going to be completely dark tomorrow, it's not true. Obviously, there will be some skirmishes tomorrow as far as the connectivity goes. They say it's going to be hard tomorrow. If you want to, well, day after tomorrow on Wednesday, if you want to download videos and stuff, it's not going to be as normal as it is today. But we have to do this. And just so that the your listening public is aware, right now, as it stands, based on what happened last year, we only put a bandage on the cable. So if we do not fix what we intend to fix and the cable goes down, the country is completely dark. So I just wanted to make this clear enough to the listening public and to the Liberian people. Do not be alarmed as it's being speculated out there that, oh, the country will go there. No, we've had some redundancy plan put in place, and hopefully we can achieve this without, you know, the kind of issue that's being speculated out there. Hopefully this makes sense.
Yeah, Commissioner Benson, let me put it this way. You said the cable is going to go down on Wednesday, you said. Is that correct?
Correct. Wednesday instead of Tuesday as being speculated.
Okay, it's going to be on Wednesday. Is it going to be the way they did before? They're going to remove all of the cable that are already planted from all around the city moving forward? Is that how it's going to be done?
No, it's not. So,
so can you explain to us how it's going to go on?
Correct. So the cable runs from Europe and passes right by the PHP beach and terminates into South Africa. So Liberia taps into it from the PHP beach about, say, half a mile into the ocean. So it is that piece that's going to be cut from the ocean to the PHP beach. So they're going to cut it, bring a new cable, splice it on. But then after the cable is spliced, you have some software update, you have all of these things that are going to happen. So it's not like we're going all around Monrovia, picking up all the fiber optic cables. No.
Okay.
It's just that one route that's going to be done.
Okay. Commissioner, let me ask you, Commissioner Benson, let me ask you here, Henry Peabody here. Let me ask you, how is this going to affect the PHP park?
So, very good question. From the inception of this, my perception, you know, the perspective I had about this from the inception was that we do not want to do anything that hampers the park. Look, last week Sunday I was at a park, and when you go at a PHP park on, like, say, Saturday or Sunday on a given day, you see the number of children at the park for recreation purposes. We don't want to, you know, hinder anything that has to do with disturbing the park. We do not want to do that. So what we did was that instead of cutting through the park, going up to the moon,
Yep, internet.
There's somebody calling him. Man.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So create a totally new path that, you know, so the park is sitting. We did not even touch the park. What we did was we cut through the road because we had to go into the BYC sports complex. That's where we have the manhole. So we did not, as being speculated, we did not. And my goal was, even with the fence that was broken down, we said we are going to break through the fence, and once we have our work done, we will rebuild the fence. Whatever excavation that was done, we'll make sure we fix everything. So to answer you, no, the park is not hampered. The park remains firm, stand still.
So,
And that's very good. That's why. That's why. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted him to confirm. I just wanted him to confirm the issue about the letter that Madam Barrett said they wrote to the Ministry of Other Public Works or the Ministry of State with regard to advancement on the location for the park at the time. So, did you write a letter to the past government advising them not to construct the park at that location or the Myean, whatever?
Well, again, I hope this does not bring into the exercise some kind of political undertone, and I do understand the question that's being put, that's being asked. My thing is, there was a question asked at the park when I had to walk through. Why did CCL sit and allow the park to be, the monument to be built over the cable? My predecessor did write a letter to the previous administration warning that the park was sitting right over the designated area for building the park was going to hamper the existence of the cable. So we did right. It was my predecessor that wrote a letter and warned for the park not to be built at that particular location. So yes, obviously, we do have a letter that shows that we provided some technical feedback.
When was that?
We've gone beyond that. We've gone beyond that. We've gone beyond that. At this point, there's no time for pointing fingers. Who did this?
No, there's not. It's not about pointing finger, Mr. Benson. The facts are the facts. I mean, this is a country. I mean, we have policies, we have rules. I mean, you're a technical person, and we should have, and citizens should have access to factual information. So it is what it is. It's the information. It's the information. There's no need to sugarcoat it. Exactly. You're doing a technical piece of job. You're a technical, practitioner. So there's no reason to shy away from telling the public the truth.
I agree with you. And I was alarmed. There was, I think, some news outlets mentioned that Henry Benson has been called by Joseph Boakai to go and break down the park. So all of these things, all of these inclinations, nothing like that is true. But yes, we did.
So let me ask you a question, right? If
and said, do not build the park here, because once you build the park here, it's going to infringe on the operations of the cable. So there's a letter in file that shows that. Somebody also said, well, CCI is only doing this because they trying to, I think, infringe on the election that's going to be taking place tomorrow. Nothing like that, my brother. I'm a technical person. Liberia does have one of the best data network in West Africa.
Wow.
All right. It's something that, yeah, absolutely. If you look at our latency, the infrastructure we have in place, the latency we have in Liberia is extremely low. I can watch a video in Liberia without it even buffering. So I'm proud of that. We want to make sure we sustain that. We want to make sure we fix it. All what we're doing is just to make sure reroute the cable. Had the advice that was given, had that advice was taken into consideration, we will be doing this. We will not. So all what we're doing now is, okay, let's build this new route. We'll fix the new route so that if this happens again, it's technical stuff. It may happen again, but when it happens, then at least we have that cable, we have the infrastructure that's going to be accessible. We can go in there and fix it. But as it is now, we cannot, because the monument is sitting right over it. That's why we say we don't want to break down the monument. Let's create this new path. We have to go into our own comfort and put money into this. Matter of fact, CCI is the consortium. Government of Liberia has share, Oran has share, and MTN has share, LTA has share, LTC has share. So it's a PPP.
So
we have to take money.
So after this project, we have stable internet. Our internet will be very fast.
Yeah.
Will be
From a technical standpoint, I would say I cannot say it's going to be 100% good because things can break down anytime. But
what's the anticipation?
The anticipation is that we're going to have an infrastructure that's going to be accessible. We're going to have an infrastructure that's going to be faster. We're going to have a new infrastructure that's going to be effective.
Wow.
And to the point that if something does happen again, at least we can go into it. We have no obstruction. The dimension, the specification we have, that infrastructure should have 3 meters left, right, up, enough space where if something happens, we can go in there unhindered. But as it is now, we cannot. So we will have a more profound, more effective, more efficient network. Hopefully, if this goes through.
So, Mr. Chairman, what is the cost of this operation, and how much of it is on the shoulders of Liberian taxpayer?
So, well, this whole operation is being paid for by my shareholders. So that's government of Liberia, Orange, MTN, and LTC. So LTC has share, government has share, Orange has share, and MTN has share. So the shareholders are paying for this exclusively.
What the estimate? So are you saying this will not lead to ultimate any effect on the end users in terms of increase in tariff or shortage in data ultimately, because your shareholders are people who provide those services that are being used by the regular taxpayers through data? So we will not see any increased disruption or effect on that aspect. Is that what you're saying?
No, I cannot assure that. What I'm saying, I run a consortium that has shareholders. These shareholders have to pay into their O&M. They have to pay in for maintenance costs. So I hope the end user will not be penalized for this. But obviously, we do have regular maintenance work that my shareholders pay for. So I am not sitting in as the CEO of MTN or CEO of Orange. I'm sitting in as the chairman and CEO of this consortium. But one thing I know is that at the end of this exercise, we hope to have a network that's better than what we currently have.
Mr. Benson, let me ask you one more question. I'm glad that you're able to clarify that the PHP park will not be affected. You're not going to break it down as people are assuming now. But yes, if he had not come here to say this, a lot of Liberian people don't know. The notion of that is you guys plan to break down the PHP park because the cable that is you're trying to get the cable through that. So I'm glad that you were able to come there. But any idea on the estimate of how much the whole project costs?
So this project cost the entire project, because we have a dedicated ship coming into Liberia, and our international partner is you heard the acronym is ACE, Africa Coastal Europe. Africa Coastal Europe actually owns the cable, so Liberia is only tapping into it. Liberia is buying into a part of that cable. You have about 18 countries. Liberia part of that 18, inclusive of that 18 countries, of that, of those 18 countries. So there's a cost associated with this. There's an initial 1.6 million that's going to be shared amongst all of the countries. So Liberia, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Sierra Leone, all of these countries are going to pay. And it is CCL that's going to pay. CCL is going to pay because CCL shareholders are going to pay.
So what's the Liberia portion of that amount?
So Liberia portion of that amount is roughly 4.9% of that $1.6 million. Because our share in that entire consortium is roughly 4.9% to 5%. So Liberia's share is going to be roughly 5%. And it is the shareholders that are going to pay for it.
So,
additionally, which is important, the current exercise to reroute the cable so that we do not break the park. We do not, go and damage the park. To rebuild a new alternative route, that the cost associated with that is somewhere around $179,000 to $200,000. Again, who pays for that? The shareholders are paying for it. So
okay.
When I hear people say, "Oh, the government is doing it," the government is paying for that because the government is paying its own share. Orange pay, MTN pay, and LTC pay. So everybody pay.
Okay, so Mr. Benson, thanks. My question, not to belabor the point, right? So a couple of things here. One is that thanks for coming on and clarifying some of these issues and the questions and concerns that we have. So I applaud you for that and appreciate the time you're spending with us here. Now, if you said that that you all wrote a letter and advised the previous government that placing the park, or I don't know if it's the entire park or just the monument within the park that sort of compromise this ace cable landing and stuff. If you all are trusted engineers, and you were our commissioners, or you were a commissioner, and there were a lot of commissioners that there, and a letter came from you all. So are you telling us that your position was not respected? They did not respect your technical position on this whole project to the point where it was flouted, and then the folks just continue to build there. So are you not a trusted engineer?
Yeah. So very good question. The former part of your question we have to do with the location of the dock. Okay, I think we need to make that clarity. Our concern as far as the park is concerned, is being considered in this whole situation. When we build the dock at the PSP location. And when the park was being built, CCL wrote a letter and said, okay, you can build anywhere on this PSP, the whole beat, but please avoid building at this particular location. Don't build anything on this particular location. So the park is being operated, normally. Our issue is where the monument sits. The monument sits right over the park. So my understanding, I wasn't at the CCL at the time, but my predecessor did write a letter.
Mm-hmm.
Our engineers at CCL went and said, hey, just give the monument and put the volleyball court over here, because with the volleyball court, it's a sandy area. If we need to have access to that part, we can go and dig the sand or and pretty much fix what we want to fix. But don't put the kind of infrastructure is cement, cemented infrastructure like the monument. Don't build it over it. That's my understanding. But the letter clearly states that we are warning you. We are pretty much asking you to refrain from building over this park. Over this done. So, and it was done. So, hey, at this point, like I said, I could have, pretty much asked the government to say, hey, I need access to that monument, and we have to break it down. Because the fact of the matter, if people could solve it today, internet is life. Internet is everything thrives on internet. Even those that go to that park, if you give them some stuff there and say you want the park here or you want to be on the internet, everybody say we want internet. But we did not do that, folks. The whole goal here, we did not want to distort anything. We refrained from
That's understandable. I mean, you did. Yeah, you did say that earlier. That's understandable. Okay, you didn't want to disrupt anything. You wanted to maintain the status quo and go around that. So I understand that. But the question remains: how many feet of cable are you bringing from the ocean all the way to the PHP park? I mean, the length. I mean, how many feet that is, and what is the cost of that? So if you are charging, if it's going to cost $80,000 or plus, so 5% of 1.6 million is somewhere around that. So give and take $80,000 to $100,000. How much would it have cost? Because this stuff is about accountability. We can't say, let's move forward. We keep doing the same thing over and over again. So we need to be held accountable so that we can ensure that the same thing doesn't happen again. Because there were a lot of engineering feedback to the government to not build another park, at the foothill of that James Spriggsby Airport, and they still went ahead and did that, and they will come back to PHP, and the same thing is happening there. So it's not about let's just forget it and let's just move on. We have to correct these things. We cannot continue to do the same thing over and over again. So if it's going to cost us about $80,000 or plus, plus and minus, how much was it going to cost to break down the monument and rebuild it someplace else in the park, as opposed to spending this $80,000 when that $80,000, could have been spent on something else?
Yeah, so
it's not 80,000. It's 170,000.
Okay, 170,000. That's still 170,000.
Yeah, correct. So I think that's a good concern. That's a good concern. So at the time of making the decision if we wanted to reroute the cable or break the monument down, so that concern was great. Is it just prudent that we go ahead and just break down the monument, break down the park, and have access to the cable? But then our international partner, we actually had an advanced team from Europe that came that actually worked with us on this whole assessment. One of the concerns was, we could go ahead and do that, but with the huge tonnage of rock that was poured in the ocean, with the huge tonnage of rock, cement that was used to build the monument, even had we gone ahead and say, okay, let's go ahead and break down the monument and so forth, it would have been possible at a certain point in time that what we were trying to get to would have been damaged, because with that infrastructure being built over the optical fiber cable, and the cable is so delicate, it's pretty much like a string of hair. It's very, very delicate. It's just a wire. So maybe that cable is completely damaged. Maybe that cable cannot be salvaged. So what we decided, we said, okay, Do we want to spend all that money breaking through here, bringing engineering firm, break through here, go through and make sure we have access to the dot, but at the end result, that entire dot is not usable. So we say the best thing is let's just condemn this route, this old cable route, and build a new route.
Yep.
Commissioner Benson. So that concern was around the table. And we actually looked at that and felt that it was prudent that we just go ahead and build a new route.
Okay, all right. So let me just conclude my questioning here, so my colleagues can come in. Okay, you know, I appreciate that. Now, I also asked you about the distance, the length, how many feet are we talking about here from the point that you are taking this from the ocean to the PHP side, and also with this your decision, it sounds like this was a political decision, and if so, can we have access and can you give the public access to the schematic, the engineering design of what you were telling us about, and you know, a copy of this letter? Can that letter be published?
So I'm not sure because again, this is a consortium. I do have shareholders, and we have very confidential, you know, documentation that we are sometimes skeptical, you know, making public documentations like that. But what I can assure you is that we're going to upload the schematic on our website. We're going to upload pictures on our website, and we're going to upload events as they, you know, unfold on our website. Coming to the specification that you know, regarding the cable, how many feet. So we pretty much, from where the ship is going to dock, the length from that location to the manhole, or even just the dot before the manhole. So you're pretty much looking at somewhere around the average of 25 meters. So times 3.
Yeah, can you put that in feet, sir? Will you? I mean, you know, your audience.
So a meter is pretty much average of 3 feet. You know, plus minus 3 feet. So it's somewhere around, say, 70, you know, around 75 feet. And
75 feet, okay.
Yeah, so that is just from where the ship is going to, you know, where we're going to have the cable being pulled from the ship. Then from the dock to the manhole, so you're pretty much looking at, say, about a quarter, pretty much around, say, 306. The last time we actually measured that was around 360 to 390 feet as the distance long.
So I was going to ask that question, but since you already asked the question, Winfrey, let me push back a little bit if I may. But can you just specifically tell us exactly where is the schematic located from the park? Where exactly? I understand the feed and all that, but do you have an idea exactly where? Just for public consumption.
So where the schematic is located, so the schematic is just the drawing, but you mean the physical.
Right, the diagram. Like if you said it's by the monument, is it how far is it exactly under the monument, or is it approximately how far exactly where is it from the park?
Okay, yeah. So when we built the dot, that was in 2011. Again, I actually led the charge. I was at the LTA. So the specification, the specs we had at the time, which was the norm, that the dog was going to be built, but the dog is as a requirement, we needed about 3 meters on the right, 3 meters on the left, 3 meters on top, and 3 meters down, so that you can pretty much walk into it, walk into that dog, make any kind of changes, make any kind of repair work. So once that was put in there, we had our international folks team in as an advanced team to do some assessment, as just mentioned. So, mind you, we have about 3 meters on the surface, right, in the dog. But when we did our paint, pretty much it's like equipment that was used to see how far that cable has been submerged. We noticed that that cable has been submerged all the way down to 10 meters because, again, of the heavy poured, tonnage of rock that were poured into that dog. So the cable is submerged right now. It's on an average of 10 meters. When we started, it was at 3 meters, but now it has submerged down. So, yeah, there's a lot of damage that has been done. We can, estimate that, the cost of going in there and trying to break it down and check to see if it's good may not even be prudent for us now. We just, again, decided that let's just abandon it, let's just condemn it, build a new route, so that the next time if this happens again, at least we have this accessible where we can go in and try to fix it. Hopefully that answers your question. But the gist of this is that we do have an issue that needs to be fixed. Number one, we have a cable that is aging. We have a cable that can break down anytime. We've already had a shunt on this cable. And we have only put on a bandage, temporary fix. At any point in time, if that cable breaks, the entire country is going to be doomed. So what we've done, we've asked our partners to come in and bring a new cable, help us fix this problem. So what this whole exercise is all about, this is a planned exercise. This started way back almost a year ago when we started this whole process. We've secured a ship that's going to come into the country. That ship is going to dock tomorrow. And once it's docked, the process is going to start on Wednesday. The public needs to know that there's no need to be alarmed. Obviously, we do have some redundancy plan put in place so that once the cable is down, at least there's going to be some sort of internet connectivity. But it's not going to be as normal as we see it now. The latency is going to be very, very high. You're going to have lots of buffering, but at least the country is going to be sustained as far as connectivity is concerned. So there has been a lot of issues. CCL has been in the pictures. CCL wrote a letter and said, do not build it here. And that was ignored. We've gone beyond that. At this time,
no, we can't go beyond that because that's a major, that's a serious issue. We can, that would be my question. And here, when Route N are going to come, we can't go beyond that.
Yeah.
We need to establish a fact behind that on a serious note. Because if the technicians advise, Route, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, Mr. Brown, again, thanks for coming on. It's great. I have a lot of questions, but I can ask you all my questions. A lot of technical questions. Mr. Winfrey already asked one, and I'm set. Well, until we see the schematics, I really want to see the diagram because I've been told that originally, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, the monument was not part of the actual plan of the PHP Park. Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you are not aware of it. Secondly, well, I've been told that the monument was not part of the original plan. I was told that the president had this idea when it came to our history, and that idea came up later on in the plan. Now, you also said something that I thought was profound. You said that the CCL did say you can build anywhere, but this location. I mean, is it a possibility that you guys can release this letter? That, I mean, I know you have a lot of confidentiality issues and so forth and so on, but I don't think releasing a particular letter that shows
it could be redacted. Portion of it could be redacted.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure releasing a letter that showed that there was a warning from CCL to the government, and this warning were essentially ignored. I really want to see that letter because I don't believe. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe that. I believe that the CCL were in the know, and there were approvals made with regards to everything that happened at the PSP. But here's my question to you: the rewriting project was scheduled for March. Do you have any idea outside of the explanation that's been given so far as to what is the cause for delay? I'm told that this was originally scheduled for March. Why have we delayed to late April? And specifically, the sensitivity of the time.
Bro, I think Ms. Buffett explained that in detail.
He explained that earlier?
Yeah, Ms. Buffett on the show. The spokesperson for LTA explained that in detail.
He explained that?
Yes.
But so I don't understand. I wasn't following. But is it a possibility
he can comment on that. He can comment on that.
Is it a possibility that if this doesn't happen from the 21st to the 28th, something will happen? Can this be postponed given the sensitivity? We'll have a very major election coming up. What would happen if this was pushed back?
No, so my brother, again, so looking at the sensitivity of what we're doing, again, we have to be, serious about this. Internet is not a joke. Internet in most countries now, internet is a human rights issue. So like I usually say, the most widely used public utilities now around the world, internet. So in the absence of internet, it's like nothing happened. Here's the thing. The question is, can we wait until maybe next week, week after next? Yes, we could. But there's some ramification for that. Okay, we could. As I mentioned, when we had a shunt, when we had that temporary cut, or that damage in August, we went ahead and put in place the mechanism we put in place was only to sustain the cable just for pretty much in the interim for us to get a permanent fix. Right now, as we speak, if the cable goes down, that temporary fix we put on, if that temporary fix gets dissolved, the cable goes down. It's like we got no other option. Yes, then we have to scramble, go to Orange, but then Orange, has to put itself together in order to, make sure that it has all of the political, has all of the technical mechanism to fix it. So we can't wait. We can't wait. And besides that, the ship that's going to dock in Liberia tomorrow, this ship is not owned by CTL. It's not owned by the Liberian government. This ship goes all around the world. So you got hundreds of internet submarine cables that have issues. So we had from August last year, we had to put in some sort of appointment with the ship to come in. The question was, this was scheduled for March. Why now April? It was scheduled for March. Why now April? This is a good question.
Okay, Mr. Benson, last question. Somebody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Somebody will ask the last question.
Yeah, but so if there's no, but Mr. Brian, if there's no ramification, then why not just push it back to next week?
No. This is important. If we push it to next week, we may not have the chip here to do what it's supposed to do. Then we have to wait for another 6 months. Within that 6 months, what if something happens? So it was March, but now we're talking about April because in March we thought we were not going to reroute. We were just going strictly into that dock and fix the problem. The ship was just going to come, roll the cable, and we fix the problem. The ship is going back. But when the advanced team came and said, "Oh, you guys, you got a problem here. The White House. We know what. Yeah, we want to go in there and fix it. But hey, you guys just built an infrastructure over the cable. So now you got to build a new route. So from March to now, it's the time it took for us to build a new route."
Yeah, but the information that we gathered that in March it was scheduled for rerouting. Based on everything that I know,
No, it was not. No. It was not. March, it was scheduled for splicing and bringing in a new cable. But there's some confusion about wordings. But yeah, March, we were not even contemplating about building a new route. We were contemplating bringing in a new cable to cut the old one and splice the new one on. But after what our international partners came and said, hey, no, we can't do this. We cannot. So you guys have to build a new route. So it took that time from March up to April. It's simple as that.
I can somebody have a last question for you. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, how you doing, sir? Thank you again. I'm glad you're trying to make some clarification. My name is Gus Gorma. I just understand some of these things, but also has been an avid follower of Liberian development. I happen to be one of the guys that were young, left Liberia, but I followed Liberia during the Civil War. And thank God for a young woman like Siata Victor. She was one of those that kept us abreast in America here. Siata, Henry King, and all those guys used to run the color. So I know how that cable came in and where we were at. My question, and here's where I'm having a lot of issues. We come and support, but you as an institution, and let's forget, this is a country. We should have a schematic of where every single infrastructure in that country is so people aren't able to build on it. From every question I've heard people ask you on a schematic, because a lot of people think when you say schematic, they're thinking electrical, all that stuff. I have a degree in that. That's harder for the average person. But we're talking about a schematic where it say, hey, there's light pole here. Hey, there's wire here. Is there anything of that sort? Also, in your explanation, you said when they built on that infrastructure, the fiber optic cable, it's submerged all the way down to, I don't know how many feet you said. But you would think fiber, by the way, for those of you listening, is glass. You would think fiber can now withstand that kind of stretching. So if we had that kind of stretching in the process of building, do we have any noticeable issues that came of this during the process of building? Because I can't remember or I can't recall hearing about any issues during the process of the building. So when did this become a problem? I also hear now that you guys are going to reroute. Okay, if you're going to reroute, obviously one of the things that we do with fiber optics is, first of all, it's got protection because it's a dedicated cable, like you rightfully stated. And even the medical world or the regular world today, that glass is protected by different shielding to make sure that the damage is not caused by abrasion or anything like that of that sort. So, to my understanding, a wire like that, a fiber optic cable like that, is well protected in the ground. And if there was some kind of submersion, but before even today, we would have been having issues. And what did the LTA or the government entities do to prevent these things? What are the letters that said they asked the government to do this? It didn't happen. Where is the simple print? Because this would end everything. CDC was bad, and we told them not to do this, and here is the print. Here is the letters that we sent them. We didn't get any of that. So now the rerouting. What is this rerouting going to do? Are we going to have clear symbols, signage, to make sure no other institution, because don't forget, it's not just the government, it's people that live in those communities. Are they going to be able to build on that? Winfred Russell was on here. He's the man that a council represent a district in here. You know, before you even do anything in this America, if I'm digging in my backyard, I call Judy. You know what? Because there's telephone cables, there's all that stuff in the ground. There is a schematic for somebody to say, don't dig there. Those people will come and tell us you cannot do that. Do we have anything like that in Liberia? Especially for something that dedicated, sir? That's my question.
Well, yes. So, and I totally agree with you. In developed countries, the U.S., obviously, yeah, even for cable box, installation, or the AT&T or whatever, you have schematic, you got signage everywhere. My brother, Liberia has not grown to that point. Unfortunately, Liberia has not grown to that point. But I can only speak to the kind of infrastructure we have, the infrastructure we manage. All right. So in terms of signage, in terms of schematic and so forth, yes, we do have a schematic. And it was based on the imprint of the schematic that we noticed our determination was made that, we do have sort of infrastructure that's built here beneath the ground. It was based on such schematic, such information that we said, please do not build here. Do not put any other stuff here. So under normal conditions, developed world, yes, these things happen. We hope to get there one day. But my thing is that, yes, it was based on whatever information we had that we pretty much said, do not build here. Coming to the concern you raised, hey, they were building this, the country didn't experience anything. Why now? You're totally right. The way the fiber, cable is built, you got, the clothing, you got the shielding, everything. So yes, these things are there to protect that glass, that fiber optic, those strings. They are there to, but it takes time before those shearings can get damaged. So hey, that part was built. I don't know how long, but it wouldn't happen that the effect is being, is being felt now. I don't know, why it ain't happening at the time. Maybe the shooting was intact. Maybe the integrity of the shooting has not been compromised. It takes time. Okay, so I don't know why it ain't happening at the time, but I would just say, it was just a matter of time. And now it's happening, we have to fix it. So again, why do this rerouting? We have to do it because if we do not do it, the next time this issue happens, again, from a technical standpoint, it can happen anytime. We just want to make sure we have an infrastructure that is accessible. But I do understand your concern, though, on the signage, on the schematic. I hope we will groom our stuff, our infrastructure to a point where we can have all of these things designated at a location that we said, do not build here, do not do that. But to an extent, the CCL was able to do that. And coming to the letter, why can't we publish the letter? Why can't we, I take that into advisement. I run a consortium that has shareholders. So when it becomes prudent, it becomes necessary, we'll go ahead and do that. But I can show you that the relevant stakeholders have already been issued copies of the letter that I'm talking about. But if it becomes necessary for it to be public out there, we'll go ahead and do it. So, as I close on this, I hope, because I heard that's the last question, I just want to show the public that what is being speculated out there that, you know, we are doing this to infringe on the election tomorrow in Nima, that we are doing this to get rid of the legacy of ex-President Weah and so forth. I don't care about that. I do not. Even, you know, the legacy of Joseph Boakai, I don't care about that either. What I care about is making sure that we have an infrastructure in Liberia that we can depend on, that is robust, is profound, and is there to do the work. So when, you know, I think I should say this. When I left the LTA, this is what I did in different countries for the World Bank and USAID, Somalia, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, different places. So I'm happy to be back home and do this, but I do understand the concern you raised. Hopefully, we will get to the point where we can have all of these things systematically put into a database so that next time when somebody wants to build somewhere, we can pretty much go in there and query and say, okay, we cannot do this. But I'm looking forward to the day that that happens. I just want to show, show the public that we will have an update, but it's not as what being speculated. We have some redundancy plan put in place. We have Orange. Orange has a terrestrial network. Orange is ready to serve. We have Starlink in certain segments of the country. So we think, we hope, based on the trajectory and unfolding of events, we'll be able to sustain the country for the duration of the repair. So again, thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tomalin, before the chairman can leave.
This gentleman did a great job. People, let's stop making everything into politics, because really, this last question to me and his answer to it told me why there are still good Liberians out there. Regardless of what side you were on, we need to improve Liberia. And thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
But with nobody talking politics, and we're asking a hard question. Everything would be when people ask questions, but your question just now is politics also. There's no personal politics there. I think ask a question and go. Don't have to talking politics.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yes, thanks.
So wait, just before you go, so how long the ship will be here for?
So the ship arrives tomorrow, and based on the work order, the ship. So the work starts on the 23rd, and by the 27th, the work should be completed. By the 28th, the ship should be taking off.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, bye. Anyway, guys, I go back to the Nima election. We get 10
Not too many. I personally, I do know Mr. Benson. I know he's a very smart Liberian man, and I worked before with the LTA. He played his own role there, and I agree. But yes, what we all, and my concern on a serious note, we ought to now speak truth to power, even past government or current administration and future administration, if you will. If they actually, because the past administration will say you're trying to witch hunt the Weah administration project. That's what they're going to say. If indeed you wrote advancing the administration not to do that, because I believe that you didn't do that, and a lot of us on the show believe the same, right? So publish this letter. Yeah, it'd be available. If not, someone will evoke the Freedom of Information Act for all to see this letter. Because if the Weah administration will actually advise to not construct that ahead of time, then this is troubling. It's troubling. On a serious note, then the fact that they're trying to, but if it is not true, you didn't advise them, but you being arm twisted to say that, it is also embarrassing. It's troubling also. So the best way to move this process forward, and sometimes you will come with a question, you take the call. I know you can be something you want ask soft question. Oh, you squeezing the phone, ask the
No. You ask the question. I don't ask question. You're asking the question, right?
We'll discuss it behind closed door.
No, but you ask a question today.
Asking her some hard question. He said, no.
But the question asks a woman. She's not the president. So
she doesn't have to be the person. I want to get her feedback on it. She's the spokesperson.
I should know whether how long the post will act for.
She know that, no. She know that they be acting.
Yeah, but so
that
that
I can't remember. She know that the other people want to coach. Now what she was saying, she was now pressing the people that was appointed illegally.
Our bosses now. Oh my man, come on now.
That was the problem. I want to hear from her, but you have to leave her to respond to those things. But again, that's it.
No, but you see, speaking right. For instance, like God's command, he's a professional in a field, right? And initially he wanted clarity because what he was hearing initially he wasn't satisfied. So when I saw his comment, I tried to get him involved. And you see, it tells me that he's a professional because when the guy explained, he realized, okay, the guys answered the questions. The inquiry you're having.
Again, not good at.
So I respect that.
The man explained it. All the things the man explained on the phone after he called. The man explained similar thing, and he was first chatting. It's not correct. It's not correct. The man spoke, and he says,
"No."
See, and that's the hypocrisy we have to stop.
But before the man spoke, he had not explained at the time. So the man clarified.
You saw some of his comments down. But again, these are distractions sometimes from a larger perspective. My point is that we have to go back and focus on this letter issue. It is very important for them they will have to address this because Ms. Buffett said that they asked the question to her. She said they wrote the letter. He father confirmed that, and I'm seriously doubting that they did write said letter. So if not, but again, the show was good. It was good interacting, particularly the both of them get detail. Mr. Benson also did. What explanation?
So the reality is that there's no plan to sabotage the internet tomorrow for election or the Supreme Court ruling. That one,
that's the
initial thinking, right?
That's the meeting.
That'd be friend. I'll be honest or not. They clarified tonight that no plan of sabotage.
And he went on to say one thing. He said also that tomorrow the internet going to be attacked tomorrow.
Yes.
They're going to hit it up on Wednesday.
Orange and Starlink will be there, you know.
But listen,
Wednesday's going to hit it up.
I don't think that. To be honest with you, I don't believe him when he said the CLL wrote a letter warning. I think it's a contradiction because, again, the CLL did approve the construction of PHP Park. And I think he smartly indicated that there were approval given to build.
You know that for sure, Robert? That CCL.
Based on what I know, that's what I asked. And the reason why I'm being cautious here is, if there's a letter, I need to see the letter. I have requested.
There may be a letter. There may not be a letter.
I have requested for the letter behind closed doors, and I've been told from my sources that no, they don't have in their possession that letter. The government don't have in their possession that letter, and those who are in control of the park would have had that letter, right? So again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to the current leadership of the CIL, if indeed, because Mr. Brown was not at the CIL then. If indeed there was a letter written warning the government, I think it will be in the government's interest to release that letter. Because what you do is...
It will be in all of our interest to release the letter, for sure.
But politically, when ceditionists are saying that this is a witch hunt, right, to delegitimize the former president, if you release that letter, I can say with an independent mind, listen, there's nothing here. These guys warned you. You built, you ignored the warning, and now they're doing the damage, right? And so, if they had that letter would have been released a long time to debunk the political allegation of the Joseph Walker's administration attempt to pretty much,
erase his legacy, part of his legacy.
Yes, this is a legacy project by the president. If that contention is this is a witch hunt by this current government, and there was a letter actually written warning them against building the monument in that particular location, then this government should release that letter. I think it brings.
Okay, but Robert, though, can a closing argument file a Freedom of Information Act to get that letter? I mean, could we get it?
But we possibly can. But I don't even think
what would do? We officially ask them officially to give her that.
No, but he did say he would take that in the advisement. The point that I'm making is very simple. If I was Joseph Walker today, I will order the man to release the letter. release the letter and let's debunk what citizens are saying. If we don't see the letter, what this does is it pretty much, you know, it says, you know what, these guys have a legitimate argument here, right? Because there's no way technicians would have ignored such a warning, because I don't see how George Weah benefit from this. I don't see how George Weah benefit from this by ignoring such a warning. I don't get it. And there's nothing confidential about a letter that says, please do not build in this park. There's nothing confidential about that.
Yeah, that letter, you know, it's not a classified thing.
Yeah, I don't understand what's classified about that.
It's nothing classified about that. Nothing. But here's what I know. If that letter was issued, we're going to see that letter in the next 48 hours. They're going to care. If that letter was actually issued,
it would have been released by now.
It's going to be out. If it was issued, it's going to be out. It would have been up by now.
But there have been several entities that have filed a freedom of information provision, and they've been honored, right? Tomalin, right. So this is, I mean, it can work, or it has worked.
Under some circumstances, it's not really perfect. They can slow walk it or not even issue it.
So what we'll do, I'll reach out to the guy who in charge of the project first, or Chokon. I'll reach out to him, and then from there, I'll ask him.
I just can't mention names yet.
But the same thing we're talking about.
No warning. Like, I don't think
the issue letter.
Why you Winfrey, I don't think a letter was issued.
It had letter. It would have been used as propaganda.
I don't think a letter was issued.
It had letter the time we are or the CDC post.
It would have been issued.
They would have issued.
So you guys are saying there may have been a verbal feedback, or there was no feedback at all?
I think there was no. Well, a verbal feedback done. A verbal feedback.
No, it won't cut it. It won't cut it for sure. I'm just saying.
Anybody can say it. How do you track it?
Okay, what happened? Okay,
how do you track it? How do you verify it?
I know. I'm just saying. Like somebody would say, "Oh, you know, we believe in oral history in our country."
I'll do a follow-up.
That don't cut it.
But Tomalin, let's bring him on. Let's bring him on.
Okay, that was I'll reach out to Chokon, and then we'll do a follow-up, and we'll get back to by Friday. We'll have some news. But yeah, let's quickly end on this. This election in Nima. Tomorrow's election. As far as we're concerned, I heard the police inspector general today. He said it will be peaceful tomorrow. NEC said it will be peaceful tomorrow. Some of the candidates are raising issues about certain things being happening. But let us pray and wish for a peaceful election tomorrow, transparent. The world watching Liberia, everybody, the European Union will be there, ECOWAS will be there, the American embassy will be there, and you name it. So I believe that there will be no room for fraud. Any attempt to carry on fraudulent act, it will be exposed, and everybody's on the alert. And one thing I frown on is that those who are giving money to the people, the vice president, Koga, all the people that are giving money in broad public view, I think is inappropriate. I think the legislature should cease on that matter and come over and make it clear that you cannot be seen giving money to the public like that. You saw what happened with Elon Musk. He did it, yeah, but people, I think even though he won a case, they took in the court yet, and the court ruled that it was not a problem. But idea, I think we should take it from our election. It's not a good thing, because tomorrow, why tomorrow? Tomorrow, somebody come away, somebody win the Powerball here, get about 200 million, and go like bro and decide to physically buy vote. How do we feel? The person will feel, so gotta be careful, not because today you're in government and you are in the national press, so you can do this thing openly. I think we should all condemn it. It's not a good thing, and it's just not appropriate to see people physically giving money cash out to people. We shouldn't, and not because you support a certain side today, so you support it, you know. And I want this guy, he's very dishonest. This Joan Jala guy, very dishonest guy. He will never see wrong, but he always like to defend. You look at black, you say that white. Joan Jala, you're very dishonest, but you always attacking us there. It'll say you saying the right thing. You hold you attacking us. You're attacking us because you just support the UP. So any UP does, you defend it. And Joan Jala, you're cut it off. It's not a good thing. I love you to death, but you're cut that kind of behavior. You're just a hypocrite. Anyway, guys, let's do our party comments.
Okay, like I said earlier, I looking forward to tomorrow. The results are going to come in pretty steadily and smoothly. The elections, I predict, will be free, fair, and transparent. We do have a robust police presence in Nima County. It's only to ensure that people are calm, and it's not because of any intel we've received or the police have received that there will be any problem or so. It's just to be proactive and in ensuring that folks are peaceful and folks can trust the process. All of the different police stations all over the country, there will be a robust deployment of the police there, and there will be police patrols around, just showing their presence there and ensuring that the persons are felt. So looking forward to the results coming out tomorrow. By this time, we probably will know who the new senator for Nima County is. So looking forward to that. So I predict a very peaceful, transparent, and orderly election, and we will be there and looking. We have teams on the ground. This show, of course, have teams on the ground. And there will be a joint security presence there too, on the ground to ensure and give people the confidence that they can vote peacefully and honorably. So that's what I expect, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Great show, and thanks, guys. I think the conversation was very robust as well, and Pewee and Hamed and Robert. And Tomalin and Dr. Peabody has left already. I think this was a very great show. So thanks for the opportunity as always.
I'll go. I mean, I was following in and out, but I really wanted to be on. I was just a little busy, but I'm glad that you guys brought him on to verify. If anything, I think he left.
It was so good. You're not here for the to get Jazzy Hatter.
Yeah, because I had a lot of questions, but I think he left. I think he left.
Asking to get to do better about that job.
I think he left more.
You mega, how the woman know how long the poor mama be 10 years for. He say how long one of the poor kids they put a sue right that kid. Oh, no, baby.
No, listen.
I think, job.
Go ahead.
You don't have job.
I think he left more questions than answers, right? And I don't know Mr. Brown, but I have tremendous respect for him as a professional in that area. He seems to be a guy who understands what he's talking about. But I think that there's some sort of intentional political maneuvering happening here, Tomalin, right? There's no reason, and again, I could be wrong, but if they could have postponed the rerouting, or he says, well, Mars was not scheduled for a rerouting, but when they knew that we had a very important elections coming up, and the fact that they are rerouting, a scheduled rerouting this time of the year, I think raises a lot of questions. But again, I will, if I was him, or if I was this government, I would advise them to release the letter that was written, because I've also heard that I think they came up with this excuse to shut up, seditions allegations about the fact that they are intentionally trying to get rid of George Williams' project, right? And I truly believe that if a letter existed, they would have released that letter. But again, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think that they should release the letter. And I'll be the first one to come on this public platform and say, listen, man, stop. They warn you, you ignore the warning, and you proceeded inaccurately. But listen, with regards to the election, the Nima people will decide what is best for them. I have not endorsed any candidate, but I'm certain that Samuel Kogat does not represent the best aspirations, and by extension, the Liberian people, he does not represent that. And so, but again, if this election is more about tribalism, if this election is more about ethnic affiliation and less about the bread and butter issues, as like, you know, who has what it takes to create jobs in Lima County, to champion bills that were infrastructure bills in Lima, that will see great hospitals, that will see great roads connectivity, that will see quality education like in the county in Liberia. If this is not what this election is about, then Sama Kogar is the guy. Otherwise, I think there are other candidates that presents a lot more reassurance for the people of Lima and the Senate. Miss Edith Kubi won. The other gentleman who was on our show from the CMC, I think he has represented himself pretty well. But again, the Lima people will decide what's best for them. I pray for a free, fair election, and I hope that may winner win. And God bless Liberia. Thank you.
Wow, but Rawa, why you endorse nobody, Rawa? Huh?
Nah, that's not. Tomalin, I don't make it.
Raul, they always want to play the
I don't know, Sylvester.
Because tomorrow when election over,
tomorrow
now, Rawa will have more.
But
leverage.
Neo Progressive. Maybe one second.
You have more leverage to deal with us now. They'll say, oh,
you got to take a side.
30 seconds though. I have always been a principle kind of guy, and I will stick to that. I have said, you know how many times people have called me a sedition? People have called me even on this platform. People have said I'm not independent only because I've opposed Unity Party as not the alternative, right? And only because of my relationship with people that are close to the president. But I would not be deterred by that. I think that endorsement should be aligned with our own core values, and not only because we want to send a message to the incumbent. I think a lot of these endorsements for the candidates in the race are not just about who is best. I think it's about we need to send a message to Joseph Waka that if he continues to lead this way, 2029 could be what this election is. No,
but that's the time you should start saying the message.
Neo Progressive, I don't think our endorsement should mirror that. I think our endorsement should mirror what we truly believe. It should mirror who we believe has the best platform. And the individuals that we have endorsed is a reflection of our own core values. I think that's where I stand. But having said that, I've said, if I'm not a member of a political party, of an institution, from now to 2029, I will make a presidential endorsement, and I will not be a passive voice. I will be in Liberia making my case. And I think I would do that, but I would not be bullied into joining a political party or making an endorsement for the sake of it. I don't think that's not my oral.
For me, actually, and I will take brief time because we did most of the talking already. Well, I look forward to seeing free, fair, and transparent elections tomorrow. I'm very hopeful that it will be. But anyway, whatsoever, if there is an attempt to steal the elections, there will be serious consequence thereof. So I'm very hopeful that tomorrow going to pass. But the only thing I would say, I think the CMC started the process already by deploying, ensuring that protecting the vote is very much guaranteed, and deploying the requisite staff members, those technicians that are meant to protect the ballot will be deployed. And I'm equally so calling on every political institution, independent candidates, all of the parties involved in these elections to do same in terms of protecting. And I will ask the voters, the electors, and I will predict there will be less than 50% turnout tomorrow. We may have a turnout of around probably close to the 50%, but not going to pass 50%. That's my prediction. So there's going to be a very low turnout, and the turnout in by-elections are increasingly in recent time of our country political history proved to be now proven to be how you want to call it very low in all spheres of participatory line in terms of those that are going to the ballot to vote. So, but I will encourage the fight up to today within a year, and then logistical delay in terms of putting logistics to the appropriate area. There was a report on social media about one vehicle that broke down, but the NEC immediately moved in, and the security was still deployed, moved in and brought additional logistics to have those materials deployed in time. So all of the materials were deployed in time up to today, 6 p.m. The information is that all of the material being deployed in time. So we hope for that tomorrow. Everything going to kickstart on time by 8 a.m. tomorrow up to 6 p.m. post-meridian. We look forward to hearing more major development by this time tomorrow and into Wednesday. But the close of Wednesday, not from the official perspective of NEC, but we'll have an insight as to who is ahead in terms of the unofficial results that are going to be pulling in. So I just wish the country to behave well tomorrow. I pray for the people of Nimba, and so God will guide them, and they will go through this process in a very peaceful manner. That's my hope for tomorrow.
Yeah, so I think it has been a good show tonight. I think what the LTA and the consortium show to us is that when government is not proactive in its information dissemination, it spend a lot of energy, spend a lot of resources and time in trying to reactively provide clarification. We saw the spokeslady and the chairman for concern coming back even after a statement was issued to double down to provide clarification. What that suggests is that government must pay attention to the way it communicates, how it communicates, when it communicates. It's important, other than that, you will come to make clarification in a clarification, and what it does eventually is that it undermines trust. It creates room for people to be speculative and all of those things. So an effective functioning government should do its best to avoid all of those things. We pray that that indeed there will be some form of connectivity tomorrow in the country, particularly so that at least information surrounding the elections and everything can be as available to the public as possible. Because of course, information is power. Information is critical in intelligence gathering and ensuring security. But what we do know is that we hope tomorrow's election will be very peaceful and something. However, what I do know about the people of Nima is that they have the resilience and capacity and capability to pull together after this. So I'm sure after the elections, eventually, no matter who wins, the people of Nima will realize that they are stronger together and they have a very great thing happening in a county, and to keep it running the best they could do after the elections to come out together. I think they have gone through their own challenges, and they have proven that they are always able to unite. So we hope to see that after the elections. But tomorrow election will send different messages. It will send one saying clearly that indeed there isn't any more a Prince Johnson in the race, because of course the seat is intended to replace him, but it will say that there is no clear godfather, so to speak. And then also it will say, perhaps give an insight on the level of influence the current vice president has on Nima in terms of his endorsement. It will also say whether it's about tribalism or tribal balance. So those are some of the issues that will emerge tomorrow in the result. Those are some of the things the result will say tomorrow. And also we'll speak about feminism, whether a county as rural and traditional as Nima is open now to embrace feminism at that level. So you know, a lot of talking points will emerge tomorrow after the elections, and we hope that as the police deploy today, we hope that the process will be peaceful, fair, and transparent. And we just want to, of course, commend NEC for its efforts so far. We think it has been able to live up to the expectation, at least thus far. We hope, as Pewee said, it starts on time tomorrow and ends on time, and every other mechanism being put in place to ensure that once more Liberia democracy has proven to get a little stronger than it has been. So that's it so far.
So, what are your prediction quickly? Who do you think will win tomorrow?
Well, like I said, I think tomorrow the elections is too many different points came out in it.
What the person will think will win tomorrow. Don't give me all the semantics, man. Just go. Who do you think will win tomorrow?
Well, I've indicated that I hope that I can't. Like I can't say no. I can't say who will win, but I can say who I don't want to win. I think I can do that.
But come on, be clear. You're a politician, my man. How you say you can?
No. But listen, I'm saying factors surrounding it tell me I wouldn't want the ruling party to win the elections, because I think they don't deserve, not just Koga. I think the ruling party does not deserve a win tomorrow. I really think so. I think a loss to them will be a means of a wake-up call to improve their own leadership mechanism. So a win for the ruling party, I don't think is a good thing. However, to determine who will win tomorrow is difficult because of the different factors. You have the father of tribalism, you have the father of tribal balance. So those are very critical issues for which you cannot, regardless, just predict. And beyond that, I'm not on the ground. However, I wish that the opposition can pull it through tomorrow.
Pewee, we will win tomorrow. You muted.
Mark.
You know that thing. For me, I think either will pull it tomorrow.
But what I'm saying that I do believe, sincerely now, if I put in my independent cap on, I hope Mark win tomorrow, but it's going to be a very competitive elections.
I mean, for me, I think either will pull it tomorrow, and I think it's what I think will happen.
It's going to be a competitive elections.
I know Yellow and Blue will surprise many people. They will come up.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to. I mean, but I don't think they will win. But I think they will come out. They will surprise people by the numbers the vote they will get. But I think the ruling establishment will receive a rude awakening tomorrow. I'm very sure.
But those guys, they even campaign. I mean, even though social media is not sufficient, however, it still provide platform to give you. So we didn't see or hear anything with regard to their different campaign. I don't know. You see, sometimes Tomalin, these things are not magical as to who will win, how you will win. You know, sometimes it appears during a period of campaign. You see some pattern. You are predicting either's wins, not just because she's a female, because you thought because you thought there was some momentum within her campaign that you saw. So how can any of the guys who ever surprised when
exactly? Sigi, if you notice, I think in the last 2 weeks, her campaign, the momentum came up. I mean, then she got a late endorsement coming from two powerful national stakeholders, former President Sylvester and Guar. Besides that, too, I think the comment made by the Superintendent on Nima, I think affected. It helped to boost her too, and I think that comment will help boost her campaign too. And then everybody been talking about her lately. So I believe either will pull it tomorrow. She's a former superintendent. She's hot.
The thing about either has always been
no, but you see when I saw people taking a lapper for them to bring on I'm on the CDC in the past. People were presenting the lappers for them to put a name on the tree. I said, well, this thing have changed, you know. And then when I saw the length of to which the vice president and Koga camp was going to ensure that they win, I saw them putting a lot of work into it. the VP spent, I think he spent the last week in he haven't been Monrovia for almost 2 weeks, I think. So you know that shows that the election was serious. Been serious on that because Edith gave them the money run. So I believe she will pull it tomorrow. I'm very sure. I'm surprised that Mensu Duopu, who's a son of Nima, and I think he understands Nima politics, but I'm surprised he wasn't able to give perspective about the election at all. But maybe after election he will give.
We'll bring him after the election to give some national perspective on national political issue.
Yeah,
we will look forward to bringing him on so he can give some his deep
reason. He's a part of rather also.
But
also, man, the man working with our government when he realized that look, they put out on the plane, so they carry on. That's like, oh yeah, he went for 6 years. He was done.
But
he's peaceful minded. He peaceful minded. I like him. Yeah. So suppose they will stay there for 6 years. No, the message no. They put now supported they go to the point to come and
exactly. Everybody will have their own push, but the campaign in Nimba, those who have everybody campaigning actually, all the full campaign across. Nimba is very huge, but the Edo side, the Koga side, the Max side, those are side are ready try to prove something out to the public, so they will do some pictorial and just put it all on the social media. But I thought this guy, Garrison Yelu, did campaign. He's been campaigning across, and he's gonna get some very good chunk of the votes, but he's not gonna win.
I mean, Garrison is a strong candidate. To be honest, had Garrison been the candidate, for example, of the MDR and the Union Party with all Koga, that election would have been a call thing. Koga is just as a person. I think he's just a bad candidate.
I think they're afraid of him. They put afraid of him, so they say that guy that put that who just did man, who put him in that man cause trouble. And that's my prediction. If Koga if he loses the election, he will turn against the UP and the VP there. He will blame them.
But where else can Koga? Where else?
No, he can turn against them. Where he'll go?
Oh no! Wait, my man. The man won 3 times. The man won 3 times.
Listen, he can turn against them. Where he'll go?
You go. He will allow with CDC tomorrow. I beg you.
No, he cannot. He needs money.
Koga, but Koga is not one of those candidates you want to have a line with you.
You want me? Listen.
Okay. So you're allowed. So you get right now. So you're saying now.
Koga and CDC not align. Koga and CDC cannot align. Let me tell you.
Wait. You can't allow CDC right now.
I'm coming. Listen, Yeke thing he was doing, Yeke was not really passionate about that. Started Yeke know the kind of person he is. Yeke was pushing. I come in 1 minute. Koga can do it with hit.
Well,
you have to understand, and I don't want to go that side.
I don't know when you talk about Yeke. I don't know maybe Yeke and Lama with CDC.
But for his last 6 years, Yeke there with the former president for 6 years. But watch on the former president.
And today they are buddies.
And today they're buddies. And you say what?
They are buddies. I agree with that.
About coming now. Alignment of convenience is there a political ideological alignment.
No, what you're talking now. You got me saying,
because let's see, CDC and Yeke haven't gone to an election where Yeke endorsed or CDC candidate or CDC endorsed Yeke. That has not happened. And you
no. What happening now will tell you that will happen. You can predict what is happening. You know what's going to happen tomorrow.
No.
Yeke already endorsed Torgbean for 2029 presidency. Yeke did that already. Well, and I want to believe that pattern will continue. But the Koga side,
the CDC could not endorse him for representative.
CDC would definitely endorse him.
Why? Why make you say so?
I don't want to tell you. I would just
if Yeke does not, join the CDC and just think
Yeke is not going to join CDC. He will openly support the CDC.
You're not join CDC.
And CDC will.
But it's possible CDC could put up a candidate against.
They won't. I will tell you this, right? We're seeing it tonight. They won't.
Man, I'm an insider of the party.
No. The way things going.
You can be an insider whatsoever. I'm telling you what I know.
You're to that. I mean, it's people that we actually use CDC. So
I'm not saying you need that insider of the party.
Does not control the policy and strategy of the party. They are just
we're not going to push me on the same thing, and that's what I say here. You're not going to push me on the same thing, and that's what I say here. The party can stay on your own. we have the party can go against we are making decisions.
Yeah. But wait.
Don't
Why
push me,
would
please.
I
Don't
come
push
in?
me, brother. Don't push me.
The party will not go against we are try to go against.
We actually control the CDC back. Come on.
Need that, man.
We actually control the CDC. Come on.
Where?
Oh, wait, where?
But look at the leadership of the party.
My man, come on, my man. I just empty frame.
The we actually get involved. We actually get involved. We are one president. And people, listen. People thought that by identifying themselves as we are sharing, they will claim additional.
No, my dear brother. No, my dear brother. Did we actually
we actually wanted. They didn't want to dominate the.
But you know that we actually have to go against the party.
Oh yeah.
No, but but let's see. The first group of people that attack we are.
So I come
the we are share.
You try to say Jeru go against.
You got Pewee and Jeru already going to CMC.
But I'm telling you, I said, let's see. The true sedition will always stay with the party fight all the challenges. But the first group of people are going to go and attack and go against we are share because they don't come with any ideology. They don't come with any commitment to the party. We don't see that in the metrics.
Let me say, I'm not sedition. I'm not reaction. What I did was that I aligned with the party in 2017.
Because you are reaction, you believe in we are.
No, listen. I believe at the time, the definition of reaction, I look at it from a different lens, if you will. My position on supporting Mr. Weah 2017 on the basis that I thought he would have been a better leader than Mr. Boakai 2017. And today I still believe 2023, that was my belief. Still. Right? But yeah, as you said, I supported Mr. Weah 2020, 2017, 2023, and 2005. I did also. But my point here,
that's the mark of a reaction. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. My point at the time, but 2011, I didn't support him. 2011, I supported Madame Salif because I saw the work she did from 2006 to 2011. I believe that a continuation of that was okay by me. So I believe in the process, the foundation she laid down in terms of reviving our foreign policy, bringing our country back to the Committee of Nations, and the rest of those things convinced me that Manasari should continue. But I agree. I want my dear brother here to understand that
the poor area of country in the world. After they even wave our debt and all.
Structurally, the party.
You see, the perception you guys have.
Structurally, the party is not powerful outside of weird decision.
Well, but you see, listen.
And that's the reality.
I do not dismiss the influence of Weah on CDC politics. The party grew up with him, and he was a very key instrumental figure in there. We don't dismiss that. However, I must tell you, CDC has survived close to 2 decades now. It has been able to build individuals who believe in the ideology of the party. So, for example, when Torgbean was the standard bearer of CDC, a lot of people who are reaction like you, most of them left. But the party still maintained and went through an election. Do you know that CDC won more representative seats in this Guar election than it did with the presidential elections? For example, people who believe in CDC as a party voted for Sir Joseph on a party ticket. He got more votes than we did in Monserrado County. So that's where Magibi sedition. So I'm just saying over a period of time, even assuming that CDC is we are quote unquote, as many of you reaction will say, but over 20 years period, don't you think the party have evolved to gain its own identity that it exists? For example, NPP Taylor gone all along, but it has still existed. In fact, to the extent it produced a vice president, it may not have been as powerful as when Taylor was there.
Let's be honest with ourselves.
I come in. Does NPP now exist today?
Yes.
NPP collaborated. NPP collaborated with any political party in Liberia election says something, it comes with its own way. Now, let me tell you about CDC that you don't know. You see, you say you're one of the Weashen. When you got there, when you're got there, you left. Yeah, you get a Weashen because the Weashen people are people that when Weashen, you just speak to them, then they leave. But CDC don't care whether we are speaking to you.
They measure of funding. They measure funding.
Come on, man. How you say that?
But why you okay? So why you disengage from the party?
Because the ideology
because you disagree with some of the behavior we are.
We're building institution.
Yes, and you thought that we are influence was so much that you could not stand that you left. But yeah, listen to it. I felt to build an institution require process and time. Over a period of time, citizens could all live and all grow. We have influence. Listen, and I can show you instances where citizens For example, do you know that we have preferred at the time Eugene Nangbo to become senator over Geraldine Doe Sherry?
I remember I was involved in that discussion. I remember that.
So what happened?
It was because Geraldine had more support in the ranks.
No, it was the party that stood around Geraldine Doe. Not because of that, Geraldine Doe was not the most influential point we was. But the party what I'm saying is that over a period of time, after 20 years of existence of political party, citizens have been able to have its own identity. While we recognized that we have had significant influence over the party in terms of his likability, in terms of how long also he has been, because we also grew up with the party. Citizens formed around we are own political
but I'll be honest.
But to suggest that if we was no more the candidate or citizen today, the party will break down its force. Yes, we have been citizen candidate and citizens have lost election.
The party will break down, but the party will not have that national status they have right now. No.
How you say that? A party that is registered have gone through
the party will be around with the last 20 years. Have been around. We are. So what do you expect? I'm gonna be frank. Get him any credit. He's the one that when it says citizens.
No, listen. To suggest that citizens are institution does not mean that it takes away we are credit. We are greater legacy to the CDC if it should be, it will be that he established an institution that will outlive him. If it go in after we are the party bread, it means that he has done nothing. So the people who spread that message that we are sharing, because they come supporting we are and we are only.
I don't want to discuss. I respect Mr. Weah. I don't really want to discuss this on the show, right? For now. At the appropriate time, we will discuss it because it is an open thing here. We don't want to come and say it this way, say it that way. Go back to the past chairman. Go back to the past chairman, all those things, and go back to the party history and see what been affording the party.
Exactly.
Mr. Weah,
that gave me one thing.
Mr. Weah is CDC and CDC.
What the former chairman season? You want to know in the party today?
Yeah.
You want a former chairman of CDC that in the party today? Name
one.
That in the party today. Former chairman of CDC in the party today.
Nathaniel Magay.
Okay.
Nathaniel Magay. He's a senator.
Geraldine is deceased.
Geraldine is deceased.
Even before she was deceased,
what about in Samula? What the guys done today?
The most recent
the CDC.
Monba Molu.
Or the master giver.
Yes, no, but listen, Pewee, for you to
Mr. Weah is the party.
Suggest, I'm saying to you that we are in George and has significant influence within the CDC, but CDC have been able to live and will live beyond a we are supposed.
Will, that's a feature thing. Will,
a feature, my man, not right now.
Come on, brother. Why you saying that? You use
yeah, you know. Right now, by the time
trust me.
We are running 2029. Forget it. The constitution again.
So if we are the same that right to the CDC will not be put our candidate for 2029. But CDC have done it before.
Where?
CDC put Winston Tubman.
Hey, my man, I say we know how.
CDC put Winston Tubman lost the election. We are on CDC ticket and lost the election. So what you say? We are lost election. We are lost election CDC ticket twice.
Granted, no, not issue, not
Granted, but
so what are you saying?
Mm-hmm.
We are lost election 2005. We are lost election 2011. 20, yeah. No, 2023.
But
he lost an election.
It was just obvious that at the time the grandpa was looking at the greater option, which of course it.
But the point I'm making to you is
I voted we are.
CDC have been able to produce another presidential candidate also we are the party still survive.
CDC online. He came from
but he joined the party. He joined.
You know what the party stand at the time? Because we are still on the ticket. We are face or death. We are face or death. We are completely.
We put them in. See what the things will be in the top.
We are face on the ticket.
What I do know is that to remove, if you were to remove we are from CDC ticket, a lot of those who believe in we are
who will be still on barrel right now.
I mean, we are fair and not partisan, but now vote CDC. We agree to that. That I agree. We are fair like Pewee there. They will not vote. Yeah, for a true sedition who believes in the party will vote the party. CDC don't vote a bill of we are CDC vote a bill of emblems of the party. That's why we say vote one, vote all. Anyway, for example, you think I'll vote for we are if he were not on a CDC ticket? You really think so?
No, but you know we are saying.
And they get thousands of people like me. I vote for we are because we are the standard bearer of CDC.
Let's get back to the debate. You checking on that. One of the reasons Siddiqui joined CDC was because of we are.
No,
like, these are the guys that are
no. I never knew we are. Listen to me.
I come in. You're coming. When you join the CDC?
Okay, I formed CDC, helped the fund since 2004. I didn't join. I formed the party. I'm one of the 18.
I come. You want to I know the name of the funny people.
Siddiqui election commission.
I'm one of the 18 that did the article of incorporation.
Okay, but you put the okay. I'm talking about the funding ideologue.
But why you got funding ideologue?
Those people that brought the idea, were you part of those people that formed the party then?
Yes.
Like D12, James Colley. I'm not talking about those that signed eventually. I'm talking about those.
Our two groups. How they work in the US.
There have been this conversation that there were some guys, D12, the guys in America who wanted a we are presidency. They went for it. We wanted, for those of us in Liberia at the time, we just wanted a change of the old guys. We are just come from the war. We wanted something different. We wanted to evolve a new political phenomenon, new political dispensation. So I think by coincidence, both groups were talking. For example, we come from Liberia National. We came from
LSC.
No, the guys were in the US talking. We are in a new movement that
I'm coming. Who carved the name? The new CDC where it came? I got deep history.
The new CDC was given by Vavle Dollar.
Okay.
So it was in one of the organizing committee meeting when it became clear that we could not register the Liberia National Congress because we were already registered. So we were brainstorming. That meeting was coordinated by Jerome Verdier. He was the legal officer. And so at the time, since there was no chairperson.
It was James Verdier, not James Verdier.
Yeah. He presided over the organizing committee until. So every OC member was asked to submit or suggest a name, and Vavle's name was eventually voted on. Vavle's Dollar's name. So the point I'm trying to make to you, our goal was to establish a political entity that will just bring the masses together. Of course, Weah was somebody with whom the masses identify with. He came in the picture. But I'm saying to you, after 20 years of existence of political party, CDC will not be disrupted, destroyed because Weah leave the party. Because it's inevitable Weah will one day no more be the standard bearer of the party. That is why the party have gone beyond the Weah popularity signal to build a grassroots movement.
I disagree.
I'm telling you, because you are saying left the party after some time.
Okay.
But if you are still with the party and you know the effort,
I come in 1 minute. Are you still a member of the CDC?
Who?
You.
National Vice Chairman.
And one
National
of the
Vice
vice chair of CDC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
National Vice Chairman or for I come in.
And one of the national vice chair of CDC.
National Vice Chair.
But people, it seem like you don't know me.
No.
No, a lot of you don't know me. That's why I think when it comes to the issue, you want to argue sometimes.
No. The problem that you asking, you say I don't know what you say that for.
But you asking about the national vice chair.
I'm asking intentional caution.
Okay, yeah. I am.
I know you.
Okay, I am.
The reason that you're the national vice chair, right? For one of the national vice chair for
gender and development. Yeah.
That's what I was for gender and development. Good. When you guys went to Congress? When last you guys went to Congress?
We went to Congress I think 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years?
I want to re-elect them, Malu.
Yeah. That was I think 20. No, before the 2000.
That was before the elections.
2022. Yeah, we went to Congress 22 somewhere in November where we elected officer for 7 years term. Or we changed the constitution to give the thing for 7 years.
Oh, that's 7 years now.
Yeah, 7 years.
So
basically,
they do good. They put parties in 7 years.
Okay, I come in. So you see, you put.
We are getting poor.
You put when you did something.
No, we are saying Jordan 7 years.
They say any law that will carry the constitution. The constitution said don't give that to nobody. Then what happened to 7 years? The president now never 7 years, bro.
Well, no, but listen. The idea was that you have a leadership in place until you go to the next term, so that transition can be smooth. That was the idea. The presidential term is 6 years. So
the chairman, the former chairman resigned.
Yeah.
We've been having Garguah been acting now for almost 2 years. You are one of the vice chair. Why are all the vice chairs saying as to how you go about this process? Will Garguah continue to act until when?
So according to the CDC constitution, there is what we call, in the absence of a Congress, the executive committee through resolution can adopt positions. So Garguah was resoluted to serve as chairman to complete the remaining term of Molu. So technically he is, you may want to call it acting because there isn't Congress, but in terms of a resolution, he was resoluted to be the chairman. So
I come voucher. So you're saying there was a resolution for him to complete the unexpired term of the former chairman. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then why will you be calling him acting?
No, I do not call him acting.
But I want to call him or anything. All the releases call him.
Maybe we did not adequately provide the information out there, but internally, everybody knows that he is resoluted to complete it.
So he's resoluted to complete. Are they hearing this from you today? To complete the unexpired term.
Yeah.
So that means you don't go to election until 2029
or
2028 or 2029, right?
Yeah, at that time, then everybody will go for something.
So that Garguah can get the party to
elections.
Yeah, the current executive committee. In fact, beyond Garguah, there were other positions that were vacant. Also, do you know that Nyenwolo had also resigned long before Molu did, right?
Wow. For what? From the party?
No, from the position, because he was being nominated to serve as LRA
Commissioner General.
So I'm just saying there were other positions as well as Garguah that were resoluted to fill. So yeah.
Wow. Anyway, we'll have after the election we'll talk about CDC one day. We'll have a whole day on CDC.
I mean, CDC is a party to stay, is a party that goes beyond WIA. WIA has significant influence. We recognize, we respect that.
How much money you guys raise if you did?
After 20, the reconciliation is ongoing.
How much money you guys raise if you did?
Reconciliation is ongoing.
How much money you raise?
But I said reconciliation is ongoing with the different finances because
it will take 2 weeks to reconcile.
No, not 2 weeks. As people were making that contribution out there. There were other people who contributed through mobile money. People started contributing long before the official.
More than the national budget.
So reconciliation is ongoing, but of course, the party in this process is going to be very transparent because, of course, the people's money.
Who is the acting secretary or the secretaries? Who is the acting secretary general now of the CDC?
There's no acting. There is a current secretary general, Jefferson Koji.
Okay.
I talked to him last week. The secretary general of the party.
So let's take Jefferson Koji as an example. A young man. When we started the movement, Jefferson Koji was nowhere. Today he has emerged as one of the most influential youth leader in the country.
In the party.
General. You think those people want their dreams to die because we are no more? You think they don't have aspiration? Do you know how many young leaders and young people CDC have created over 20 years? Or baby born when CDC were formed, today will be 20 years old. Some of them that's the only political party they know. And you say the party will cease to exist because we are not.
No, we did not say that.
I agree.
CDC have created people who believe. Some people born now don't know about what we are was.
No.
Some people who are members of CDC don't know. They will only hear about we are true story books or true story. They don't know the impact we are has of football on the nation. They are members of CDC and they love the party beyond. Look at go to TikTok, brother. We have built a movement to last forever.
No, the question is that I think Mercy Dwobu asked the question: what's the succession plan after we are? You don't have it because first of all,
how you say CDC don't have it?
Man, first of all, let me finish. You see the ANC when Mandela left, they had Zuma, they had Mbeki, they had Ramaphosa. They got a plan.
But you said it when Mandela left. It was after he. You think? Wait. You think while Mandela?
No. Let me amend your point.
Okay, yeah.
Mandela was still there.
You were still there when he had
the plan for Mandela leaving was Thabo
Mbeki. Then Zuma.
Mandela left. Thabo Mbeki went to the presidency.
No, but listen to this. Listen. Yeah. Let's go beyond Mandela.
Mm-hmm.
All of the time Mandela was popular, Mandela never created an impression that he could have been the head of ANC when Oliver Timbo existed.
It's true.
Akami. Oliver Timbo was clearly the head. So you think why the CDC over the period of time you want to try to create confusion as to who's your arrowhead is?
No, but it's going to do that.
I'm telling you, we have given an example. We thought we are off at the time when we thought that we needed a different strategy with Brian Torgbean.
No,
so it has happened before.
We have faced or stayed there.
It has happened before. We have faced and the difference between like I said, will always be with
the difference between the ANC and the CDC. The ANC was an institution.
But so it is with CDC.
The ANC was an institution that even when Mandela was in jail, they led the struggle, and they were friends. All of the organs.
So are you saying Mandela never had any additional influence over the ANC with all of what he did?
No, Mandela had influence that was in line with the institution as a party.
Institution, yes.
No, but
not individual. You will tell me now on this show, or be now that many citizens behind the scene, including some of you, felt that you guys were left along the wayside in terms of taking major decisions in the party, particularly when it came to certain time in terms of governance, right? You agree with me on that, and I mean you want to admit to that, as you guys said, they will hold some of these things on forward. But the difference between, for instance, the ANC at the time, who moved to say this minister be fired, the leak of the ANC will do that, and that person will be fired.
But you see that.
Right? I just give you that.
No. Let me tell you something. The governing structure of South Africa is different. The governing structure. The governing structure of the governing structure were the same.
We don't look at the governing structure.
No, it is important because listen now, when you become the head of the ANC, when ANC wins an election, you don't become the president of South Africa because because you won. You win because ANC elects you as its president. So, for example, if ANC went into its Congress and voted you out of its presidency, it affects your standing in government. Because that's the governance system they have. So if Liberia had the same thing where it says, if you no more the chairman of CDC, you cannot be the chairman of the country, even if your party won an election, then it becomes easier that way. But
no, Sidiki, don't confuse her. Yeah? What people trying to say? If CDC was an institution, the executive committee of the party it remains strong. They can advise the president. They can have strong recommendation about NEC, the CDC executive committee. But what it
again, I'm telling you, you cannot compare it.
We can say everything on the radio, man.
So let me ask you. In America, yeah.
Don't make believe, but you know.
I'm telling you the truth. The governance structure in South Africa is different from the governance structure in Liberia.
How many times I tell the party have meeting with the president?
No, we agree. I agree with you that there were many blunders, there were many mistakes that were made. Part of which was that not giving the party sufficient room to provide advancement. I agree to you to that, but I'm saying to you, because of the separation of party and state, you cannot have the same scenario with South Africa.
No, we're not getting the exact scenario. I'm just trying to give you an example.
The weird government was not as effective in working with the leadership of CDC doing
now you're talking.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. I had done so, perhaps we could have had a different scenario today.
Okay.
But that's part of the growing process, and that's part of the.
Sidiki, we'll meet more and talk. And you currently here, right? Or you in Liberia?
I'm in Liberia. Let me there. Now, yeah, man. I'll call you. Okay. I'll give you a call.
Okay. All right, but we need to do that. He said,
people say you invited the Doma, you know what the Doma are. Wow.
No, people didn't invite me. Sorry, I had to rush into the.
Where do they have the Doma?
Doma Valley.
Down there.
I have to rush. I went on some family mission around the Myean area, so I couldn't.
But Tomalin, let's hook up soon, man.
Oh yeah, Sidiki will hold up, man.
I'm active now, so
people say he invited me in there, but anytime he invite me, this time I will do everything to be. I will be there, man. It's not far from me. It's like an hour.
Sidiki, my CDC partner though. Sidiki, my CDC partner.
Well, you on the East Coast?
Sidiki, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, but we can meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can meet.
Let's keep it up.
Too many that people so we can meet there soon. Anytime, just inform me, then I'll find time to meet.
The consummate diplomat. Ambassador Pewee.
The better fire, my man. The better put LTA on fire, General.
What say?
I must say, they want to tell you why they post the acting.
No, but Tomalin, sometimes good to push in people.
I protect the woman about it.
Number one, they put the jet did that very friend, right? They were rushing to get rid of the weird people.
Why is it?
They were rushing to get rid of the weird people until they made a lot of mistakes.
Of course,
a lot of mistakes. If you want, listen, if I were the president or advising the president, I could be a very perfect minister or stay advising the president. The first and foremost thing you should have done, come and use the same code of conduct. Don't make no mistake. Say all about campaigning.
But you know, it's really man blogging that up to this point, the president has not created an environment for to just create an environment of some form of unity with he and the former president. I think.
Look at what happened yesterday.
I really don't know why.
What happened in Ghana yesterday?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of the whole we are a beer or something.
All the clan who
I just don't know why.
He can't write and say, oh, Kufu and the man run. I say, come on, they can't rap out of trash. One clown, he let that back negative. He said the reason why it happened because Nana Kufu not running again. What happened? Can you imagine?
But even what is it not running? Who not running again, Mahama?
He said Nana not running, so that what they meet for because. He said because in Liberia because we are running what they can beat. Can you imagine somebody?
No, but we are scared. That be honest, regardless of everything, he was always generous and respectful to Bwaka, even though he knew Bwaka was
Bwaka was contesting.
even though he knew Bouaka was always his major contender, but I think he demonstrated a lot of respect. And I think, I really do believe that he is angered to concede. Of course, he had no other option, but we had never expected that he was going to get a level of treatment he got from Bouaka in terms of can use the VIP loan. In terms, he never thought that would have happened.
That was a major. That was the rare zone across.
Yeah, he never thought that would happen. But you know what happened?
This is a place the keep on renovating. I mean, that's renovating. Newly constructing it, furnish it well. The day the man, few hours after the man left the presidency, not a few hours, 1 hour because the man left and went straight to the airport. You denied the man entry there. That was the. I don't know how to say it, man.
So that's what happened, right? That's what happened. That's what happened.
People, right? I said 2029. Any party, listen, be careful though. Any party that go to a run off with CDC or UP, that person will win. You know why? The two parties they like each other with passion. They can't stand each other. So
I think the level of this leg was really demonstrated, proven by the Bouaka's government. I think part of the problem was they were unable to transition from the political campaign to governance effectively. Exactly. So all of the rhetoric, all of the comments, the half they created during the campaign, things they said, I think for them to have come into governance and switch to provide governance that was not based on vengeance was difficult for them. So they just started being.
That's the point. And another thing, the woman is not really making her own decision. Unlike we will say, I want to do this, he will push, he will make sure that it will happen. Right? We have to say, okay, I will talk to the woman, I will do that, I will provide it, I will do this. But when the woman push the people around, so he's
sometimes for me, I got a different view. I really do think that many of the things that happen to Joseph Bouaka is in the know, he's the perpetrator.
No, he's just hard to take decision.
And he. But now to take decisions is a decision too.
Anyway.
So well, we hope the best for the country. Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, man. Good night, man. Tomorrow.
May the best person win tomorrow, yeah?